an impromptu troika where myself, the executive mayor, the deputy executive mayor, and the chief whip sat down to consider one important occurrence, because in the morning we were informed that one printer collapsed, and as a result it had delayed the production of documents to the attention of councillors, despite the fact that those documents were sent electronically. We then convened through the office of the council whip a multi-party session where all the whips of different political parties were asked, and we sought their counsel. After some comprehensive and lengthy deliberations, the meeting then came to a decision that we should proceed with the business of the day, regardless of the challenges that have been highlighted, that there was a situation, a likelihood where a number of councillors will not be receiving hard copies on time. Irrespective of the fact that soft copies were furnished to councillors on time. So I'm just reflecting on the history behind the late arrival of documents to councillors, that this was unintended. We also had to sit down to agree in that multi-party forum that some other items which are part of the agenda for today will not be considered. Take into consideration that important decision of the multi-party forum to isolate matters that are not of compliance. They be deferred back to a later meeting, and only those matters that are of compliance be considered. Be that as it may, honorable councillors, I fully understand that at times it doesn't augur well for members to come to a session when they did not have sufficient time to peruse over the documents that must be adopted or noted by this August House. In the past, I have made a commitment that this shall not continue, and I am still keeping on those ways that it has got to stop, but we will have to do one or two things to amend the rules so that if we decide to go paperless, that should be the rule. That as from this period, we will no longer be receiving our documents, hard copies. We will embrace the fourth industrial revolution and accept electronic documents. So the onus, honestly, is on this August House. But I also take exception of the fact that for a smooth and informed debate, it is always advisable that members are treated with respect. They are given enough time to consider documents that must be presented to the council meeting so that they can make a meaningful contribution as and when matters are presented for debates during the council sitting. I therefore wish to step off that item in view of that lengthy background. I want to step off that item 2, and proceed to item 3. Okay, Councillor Mungale.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai, Happy New Year. The issue I wanted to raise was that when we go paperless, we should also consider the fact that we have been given laptops that are not working. and councillors had to use cell phones in trying to open the document that we are referring to, and which was not an easy task. With laptop, you'll open a document, minimize it, open another one, minimize it, and it becomes easy for you to operate all the documents that you want to work on. Even if you want to take notes, you'll also have a portion for taking notes. But this is not available. And mind you, we are not IT experts here to be able to say we are like our children will be able to use all those, one gadget for all those functions easily. And we have not been taken even on orientation or on some of those matters. The reason I was raising this issue was to say, I'm aware of the agency of the council sitting and making sure that it complies. But we should also not compromise the tools of the trade, because this is where the whole thing started, and it seems like it's not taken serious. Right now, my laptop is with IT of the municipality. I told them it's not working. They've just taken it somewhere in October, November. It is still with them. I don't know whether are they trying to repair it or it is something that cannot be repaired altogether. But all I'm saying is that the report that came to us, it created an impression that councillors were bought new laptops. See, they were not new, they were arrangement. This is where the problem is. Those are not new laptops. And now we end up fighting over small things. It's like we are fighting for pin pop, candy floss and all that. And that is not what we are fighting for. All what we are asking is that let the tools of the trade be here, and they must be compatible so that we can be able to perform to the required standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Mongale, for that valuable point. I think we also need to take into consideration that some councillors, 6 or 7 or so, those who joined us towards late last year, are also without the tools of trade. I am going to make a special plea to the city manager to attend to this and provide a report to members of the Troika in the next 7 days. Give us a report on the extent to which they have been able to address this critical point, because I'm aware that in most cases in the past, councillors would say, look, I have received a zip code and I am unable to open a document. And it is becoming extremely difficult for them to make any meaningful contribution once they are unable to access those documents. So I will be requesting the city manager to engage with this matter, and in the next 7 days report back to the Troika. We will, for ease of reference, provide as well an update through your emails on how far are we in handling this matter. Thank you very much. May I now proceed to item 3 of our agenda, which is leave of application.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
Just allow me. Mr. Speaker, just to bring something to your attention, in the previous term, a resolution was taken by council that the parking at the back can be used by councillors during council meetings. It was brought to the attention this past Section 80 committee meeting we had on Monday. Councillors are still struggling to park there. So if we can maybe just go back to that resolution and just implement it again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that point. I think it is duly recorded. HOD Khamanyane, can you please attend to that so that in the ensuing meetings, this matter is avoided to allow councillors to freely park. I am now stepping off this item.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and sorry to interject. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a plea that we stick by our standing rules and orders. Some of us are staying in Tabanchu, where sometimes the network is very terrible, and we are unable to use our own simple gadgets to access the soft copies that were sent. I only received a huge package at around 4:30 yesterday. That hinders my participation within the council, and I cannot fully participate if I did not go through the documents. Because if I indeed want to take part fully in the council proceedings, it will cost me to go through the documents up until 3 a.m. in the morning. When I get here, I'm going to be sleepy. That does not serve any purpose. So I would like to plead, Mr. Speaker, please. I understand the frustration that was caused by the printers, but if you can abide by the standing rules and orders, and bearing in mind that even if I have my simple laptop in Tabancho, when it's cloudy, it is so difficult for me to have access to internet. So that simply means I'm unable to do my oversight completely, and I'm unable to go peruse through the documents thoroughly so that I can make available input within the council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I did not hear you citing the correct rule. And what are you suggesting?
Speaker, some of my colleagues received their documents was it on Wednesday, if I'm correct? They received their their hard copies earlier. What I was referring to was, if councillors from Tabanchu, the former Naledi and Bosabelo, can be prioritized and receive hard copies before it can be distributed around Bloom, because in Bloom they have easy access to internet. So if we can be prioritized and receive hard documents, so that maybe when the printers are not functioning properly, a majority of the councillors in Bloom, they've got easy access to internet, and they'll be able to peruse their documents via their own gadgets. It will help us a lot.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that is duly recorded. We will do our best to accommodate your proposal. May I now proceed to item 3, is leave of applications. That item has been dealt with administratively. I am now stepping off this item. Let's proceed to item 4, which is the acceptance of the agenda. May I see a mover, Councillor Mariga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to rise on item 15 motions, if you'll allow me. Agenda item 15 motions.
Motions of sympathy and congratulations.
No, number 15, item 15 at the end. It's on page 6, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Can I continue, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the DA submitted 3 motions. We submitted a motion to establish an automated walk-in and online contact center for the Mangaung Metro Municipality on 14 June 2023. We also submitted a motion in terms of Section 29 of the Mangaung Standing Rules and Orders, establishment of a steering committee for water crises in Mangaung, also on 14 June 2023, and then another motion for the quarterly approval of indigent applications on 12 December 2024. We complied with the Standing Rules and Orders, Rule 21.1. At ordinary council meetings, motions submitted will serve, and read with Rule 29.2. Any notice of motion shall be submitted to the Speaker or Chairperson before 10 days prior to the meeting of the council or committee. We further did not receive any communication from the City Manager in accordance with Rule 29.2 that motions or ultra vires existing legislation and cannot be placed on the agenda paper. So we didn't receive any communication that our motions cannot be placed on the agenda paper. Yet our motions are once again not on the agenda paper for today's ordinary council meeting. Could we please get answers why our motions are ignored, as it is our constitutional right to bring motions to council for consideration? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Notwithstanding what you have just said, let's park it right there, because I want us to present the items for consideration first by the meeting. May I note the Deputy Executive Mayor? We will revert back to what you have just raised.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll just request that item 3 and 4, section 52D and section 72 be combined. And then section 5.6, the section 71 reports of October, November, December, and 10.9 to be combined when we table those items. Thank you very much, Speaker.
You'll have to be very slow so that we can follow your proposal, DM. Which items do you want the meeting first to consider? Do you want the meeting to consider all of these items or only specified items? And if it is specified items, can we then propose and highlight those items that you want us to consider in this meeting?
Okay, as we said, Honorable Speaker, that if we can focus on the compliance items today, all the compliance items must be considered in these councils today. Thank you.
Now, second to that, your proposal goes further to say we are combining which items?
3 and 4, section 52D, section 72, report to be combined, and also section 71, report 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, and plus 10.9, submission of the midterm budget and performance assessment report for period ending 31st December 2024 to be combined. Thank you.
So effectively, after that, you are now submitting that we should accept this agenda. Okay, I see the hands, the following hands. Councillor Twala. Councillor Kruger, you have a new name tag today. Okay, Councillor Kruger, you will be the first. Councillor Snyman, you will be the second. Any other hand? Only those two hands. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think by taking the wrong name tag, maybe marriage is on the way, I receive. Councillor Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I fully support the proposal, the first proposal of the Deputy Mayor in terms of focusing on the compliance issues only, and then secondly, the way she has proposed the items that we're going to combine. I thank you.
Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to make sure that they want to combine 5, 6, 7, and 9. That doesn't work because it's not the same things. 9 should be separate. I'm not sure if the Model Committee member will agree with me.
Do you want to give a quick reply to that?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reports is in any case, all of them are combined because it coincides now with your midterm report. You have your monthly reports, you have your second quarter report, which then constitutes your, which is all encompassed within your midterm report. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Viviers.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think the confusion here was caused during the urgent WIPRI yesterday, where initially it was said that 5, 6, and 7 will be combined, and now suddenly 9 is together with it. So that's where the confusion is coming from. However, I do have to agree with the finance chair that I don't really see a problem in combining 9 also, and hopefully we can save some time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can I now see hands of those who are in favor of the proposal which has been seconded to adopt the agenda focusing only on the compliance matters? The compliance matters have been highlighted by the Deputy Executive Mayor. Are the reports emanating from the Executive Mayor, and which reports she said must be combined? So can I now see hands of those in favor of that proposal? Thank you, councillors. The majority of you agrees. This should fairly be easy because at least yesterday there was a platform where all of you had shared your views on how we should approach our agenda for today. And I indeed appreciate that. Thank you very much. I am now going to proceed to item 5. Item 5 deals with announcements. Councillor Davis. Oh, yeah.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. Can we just maybe get an answer with regards to our motions, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry for that unintended oversight on my part. DM or Mayor, do you wish to reply to the points raised by Councillor Davis on 3 motions which were submitted by their party in the previous council meeting, where they had proposed a committee that deals with water shortages? Which 2 other items are?
Mr. Speaker, we requested, our one motion is with regards to an automated walk-in and online contact center. Then the second one you mentioned now, a steering committee for water crises. And then a third motion with regards to the improvement of indigent applications on a quarterly basis.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Dipane.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just in support of the motions, we've also written so many motions of insourcing, one of the insourcing. Also on Rule 38, we have realized that on Rule 38, you're always addressing the Rule 38 of the DA, but we have written so many Rule 38 and we have, none has ever been presented. So please, just look into it because we have also written so many motions. I think we have about more than 10 that we have written, and none has ever come to the council. And even Rule 38 questions, they have never been addressed here. And today we're going to deal with Rule 38, and none of the EFF is in the agenda. It's wrong. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We take note of what you have just submitted, Councillor Impale, as an an addendum to the point raised by Councillor Davis. DM or Mayor?
Morning, colleagues. Thank you, Speaker. Let me indicate that the issues that are raised are currently and in fact in their nature administratively based. Safe to say, the city has organized a water indaba with all professionals in the metro to look into how best we can present ourselves in the eyes of where the resources are coming from through proposals and other means, including but not limited to water, also sanitations and other related service delivery matters. I think we need to be alive to where we come from as a metro, that we are under financial recovery plan, and that our resources are quite limited. So we need to reach out and utilize the best brain in the city to make sure that we access the resources wherever they are. That's the first part that I would like to raise. The second would be, I think it needs to be specific what questions that were put and that were not answered, because I want to believe that that administratively has been attended to, and those that are not attended to, we must be alive to. And I would like the colleagues to reach out to, not only at this level, but also at the level of the offices. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, as a rule, request the admin to provide a written reply to the questions or proposal made in relation to those three motions, so that at least we can keep and track progress on whatever that is submitted during the occasion of our sitting. However, I also am aware that most of the Rule 38 questions are honestly replied to. Although we do not, rules do not allow us to engage in a formal discussion on a Rule 38. But there's never been an instance where Rule 38 questions are not replied to. Let me hear you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me. With the greatest respect, don't mislead the public, the Auditor General, or this Council. Very few of our Rule 38 questions are answered. Thank you, Speaker.
No, I insist that the majority of Rule 38 questions are replied to. It may be that at a time when they are presented to Council, like I said, we do not have the opportunity to discuss the reply. Even on this attached agenda, may I ask for order, please? Even on this agenda, there is a reply to a Rule 38 question. Is it only one? Okay. Let me give you a benefit of doubt, councillors. No, I'm not recognizing you. Let's not make a dialogue. Let me give you a benefit of doubt. I will interact with the city manager to determine which of those outstanding Rule 38 questions have not been responded to, so that we come again. Okay. All right. Let me recognize Council Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I heard Councillor Mongale said Happy New Year. I think let me also say it, Councillor Mongale and all other councillors in the House. Happy New Year to all. Yeah, Speaker, I think you are correct. We, through your office, we will have to make follow-up with the administration in order to check which are Rule 38 questions and all the motions that have been submitted so that we can follow up on those particular issues. But I also think that you have already summarized it properly by indicating that you would request the administration also to provide a written submission as to why the Rule 38 questions and the motions that have been submitted are taking time before they can be addressed. So I would request that we close it on that matter and then we'll deal with it as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Snyman, you are the last on this item.
Councillor Lucky. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is strange that you say that all questions are answered because we sent all our questions to you, to the mayor and to the city manager. And still we do not get answers, but we will provide you by Monday with a full list of our unanswered questions. Thank you, sir.
Noted. Councillor Mongale.
Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai, I wanted to raise this issue to say we should not be having a lot of problems in this council if the whip of the council was performing its functions. Because part of the complaints, we could have addressed them in the whippery, and then these matters could not have been discussed here. That is what I'm saying. If whippery can function, there will be no tension in this council. That is my submission. But if he doesn't want to take it, it's up to him. The position will remain vacant up until he decides to fill the vacancy.
Let me take this two hands this side and I will conclude by the executive mayor. We really need to proceed to the next item, councillors. We have spent more than 30 minutes just on one simple item. Go ahead.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano a ke nke maitshwaro a wa hantle ka tsela e hantle le monsena ke phamisitse letsoho pele ho ba lekgotla ba babedi o nghanetse o bua wa ba fa ba bua ha ebe nna le wena ga lwana le monsena na o bue ntate Mathane.
No, hauna ntwana morena. Adi bokwe. Councillor Hayes.
Ntate Mathai dumela. Ka regalia ya hao e ntle ya ANC. Ne ke tlo phamisa le tsone. Ke fa ha o choose be ke fa ntate Amatlama councillor Amatlama bue because ke bona e ka reng moya ka bogubedung ka mona o no sa gone o fofela ka nke. So ne ke re fela hle re lokise le gona hona mono. Bothata bo le teng bo hlaloswe because go gopola ebile re tshepa hore re na le matla a o ba khara kopano in nation. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. Majoro.
No, Speaker, I'm not coming to your rescue, but I want to just give a glaring example at the back there. When you look at where EFF is seated, there is a lady there by the name of Mariki from the newspaper. Glaringly, you can see her, and I think if she can raise her hand, you'll see that she's raising her hand. Now, your complexion, EFF, and the corridor where you are, it does make, and not by an inference or deliberate, it really does give a signage that somebody cannot see you. So I would propose that next time, maybe the EFF, if you can, bring them forward so that they must be on the line. Yeah. No. Leave. The older you become, the sharper you become. But Speaker, I want to take the Prof, Councillor Prof's take. That can everybody, not only can everybody who claims to have not been answered, resubmit those questions so that we should see which of those questions that were not answered. You know, the unfortunate thing is that some of the answers don't come here, goes directly to processes. And I can attest, I do work with the administration to always test on whether or not some of the questions that were posed weren't answered. It's just that I can't remember them because I'm here. I didn't expect that the question would come that way. But can we get them and look at whether or not they were answered? And this is not for public, you know, I can see that sometimes when these Facebook things are here, we tend to go on each other. I just want to make sure that we are procedural in whatever we do.
Thank you.
Point of clarity?
This brings us to the end of the...
Point of clarity, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's why I love minutes. Go and look at the minutes of last year, 29th of January, on this same item, acceptance of the agenda. All of the parties here requested that our Rule 38 questions needs to be answered. And an email was sent to the city manager regarding 2 motions that was not tabled. But just for clarity, just go and look at the minutes. Thank you.
You are out of order, Councillor. I did not recognize you. This brings us to the end of the debates on this item. May I now, having taken consideration of all the proposals made, specifically on unanswered Rule 38 questions and the reply given, we will definitely follow this up, but it will be helpful if you can as well resubmit so that we can do some due diligence on the veracity of answered questions. I now want to step off this item and proceed to the next item. That item deals with announcements. Can I recognize hands? Councillor Tsoledi, Councillor Sokaka, Councillor Musala, Councillor De Bruin, in that order. Councillor Mongale, you'll be the last. Or Councillor Rampai.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And
Yes, I've
compliments-
noted you.
And compliments to all the councillors and the officials of Mangaung. Speaker, before I can make an announcement, I think I really need to commend you and the committee services for providing the sign language interpretation. To me, this is a milestone as a person who has a child who is deaf. This is very important that they should also be recognized in this council and be able to follow the proceedings of the council. Speaker, the Freedom Charter states that the doors of learning and culture should be open. I'm pleased to announce that the Department of Education has opened a new school in Langenwen Park. This project has been on hold for a long time due to resistance from people and parties who do not want to see diversity and inclusivity in our former white suburbs. Indeed, this is a milestone for the government because this will be the first school that has been built in former white suburbs post-democracy. We call upon people who have children in grade R up until grade 3 to come and register their children, as well as those who are in grade 8. Currently, those learners are housed in both St. Du Plessis and Lorry Park until the construction is complete. Honorable Speaker, the school is classified as a comprehensive school that will accommodate the demands of the evolving technologies. Thank you. Siyaqhuba.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sokaka.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Happy New Year to everybody. Speaker, I'm going to firstly apologize to people of Mangaung on the issue of a water crisis that is seen in the city. However, I must indicate that the rain experienced in Lesotho have steer the salt in the system, which has caused high turbidity, in particular in Veldebach, which is causing the dam to reduce its supply to 15%, which is a problem that we are working together with Val Central to try to attend to it as urgent as possible. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sokraka. Councillor Musala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure Councillor Mongali will be the happiest to receive the announcement that I'm about to make. Speaker, I must say one is honored to announce the long-awaited inaugural investment summit, which, I mean to say, where we will explore dynamic investment opportunities and connect with key industry leaders. The investment summit will be preceded by dinner with 34 embassies and their business chambers. The dinner will be sponsored by DERCO on the 18th of February 2025. And then the actual investment summit will be on the 19th and 20th of February 2025. A link to register will be publicized for those who have interest to form part of our investment summit. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. This brings us to the end of. Oh, Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Mongale, may I, in my order paper here, I have noted Councillor De Bruyn. You will come just after him.
Yes, Speaker. I think 2025 just started and you guys are already. Salute. Yes, Speaker. You know, to be a ward councillor before was very nice. But now it's a privilege to be a PR councillor because now I can move in any ward to go and observe what happened. I just want to bring it under your attention, Speaker. We are thankful for the library that you built in Ward 50, the new library, that was costing our taxpayers 58 million rand. But that's standing now as a white elephant again. Because that building was being built already few months back, but it's just standing close, and our people need education. I'm not here to gain any political points for any party or from our party, but we are here to deal with wrongdoings in our metro. Secondly, I went and visited Tabanshu and Botshabelo. I never see a pit toilet from the time that I grew up in towns or in the white areas. So for me to sit every time in a pit toilet with a visit there, it's very unacceptable. So
Councillor De Bruyn,
man,
let
no,
me
man.
take a point of order.
No, man. Come on, man.
May you sit down, Councillor?
Unfortunately, this is not a GNU arrangement. You are out of order, Councillor. Chair, the Councillor said when he started, your bias are already a new year. But he seems like he has taken a tangent. He's way out of line. Can he please sit down and recheck his notes?
Councillor, can you confine your statement to an announcement, please.
Sorry, Speaker, I see that young lady there. Is want to be the speaker. So it look like I must give,
Okay.
I must ask you to give him your position. So it's time for that. So let me finish, Speaker. No, we don't want
Okay,
to waste time here.
there's a point of order, Councillor De Bruin. Councillor Musala.
Speaker, I'm not sure if it's a point of order or a point of correction. I was an MMC responsible for community services when the library at Ward 50 was opened. That library is not a white elephant, it's still working. As a councillor within Mangaung, I still go to Ward 50 and I speak without doubt that that library is still working.
Okay, I noted Councillor Malebu. Yes.
Even though next up also is fine, Speaker, ke batla to understand how is it right for the MMC hore a tlo ema mo aba address ntho e leng hore e wrong already. Last time I checked was still on the item ya announcement the speaker. Ke runa ba o se re bolelwa ka di toilet and the library and then ha isale. Can we please be taken serious, Speaker? We're not here to play. Iteming, the announcement. Please take charge of your house, Speaker, as a belief.
Councillor De Bruin, may I allow you to complete your statement? As I said, can you confine your statement to an announcement?
You know, Speaker, this is early in the year. I don't like to fight because let me leave it here because I don't have time for fight. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor De Bruin. By the way, Councillor De Bruin, I have received a correspondence from your party. You are now the new whip. To whom much is given, much is required. With greater promotion, there comes greater responsibilities. Congratulations. I had noted Councillor Mongale. May you go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Matai, I'm happy that the investment summit is coming. I'm excited about it. And I think the people of Mangaung are more excited, more than me, because of the opportunity that comes with it. The announcement that we want to make, it is of the Sankofa movement, the Sankorians, the party that is finishing 6 years, which is the African Alliance of Social Democrats that finished 6 years on the 16th of January this month. Now, I know when I speak Sankofa, people will think that I'm speaking a foreign language. Maybe I'm swearing, I must correct it. Sankofa means going back, to take back what is rightfully yours. Going back to go and reclaim what is rightfully yours. Now, part of what is rightfully ours, it is the services that we must receive in Mangaung, and also the dignity of the people of Mangaung, and also bringing back Siwelele as part of Sankofa. Now, African Alliance of Social Democrats would like to thank the people of Mangaung and other relevant towns for supporting them in giving them 2 seats in the 2021 election, and we hope that they have not lost confidence in us, but they have regained confidence and they don't doubt the 2 seats that they have given us, and they will continue to support us and work together with us in a joint program, as we have said to them that we are not an organization that leads the community, but we are an organization that serves. We are saving humanity. We are a party that never elect a person, but the person must go through a crucible process, like Gauta Haichiswa Mollo. Is then that you are qualified to be a leader. So, as African Alliance of Social Democrats, we would like to humbly thank the people of Mangaung and also say to them, happy birthday to yourself, because this party is for you. We say Sankofa to you, and we will also Sankofa everything that Mangaung people needs to get in our lifetime. And we know people think the elections will be on 2026. No. The right date is February 2027. Someone who announced the election of 2021 has announced the elections of 2027 February. I know you'll call me to order. I will not object to being called to order. I'll just tell you in 2027 February that I told you so, like I always say.
Thank you. I think this brings us to the end of announcements. Councillor De Hayes, I did not note you under announcement.
Speaker, you are correct. Can we just, please, can Councillor De Bruin withdraw what he said to Councillor Ramatamba? We don't have ladies in this council. We are honorable councillors of this council. Can he please, with due respect, withdraw that word that he said, because the community is watching of Mangaung. Please withdraw that, Chief. Logan, you need a prayer in your ward.
Yeah, Councillor De Bruin.
Yes, Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor. The last announcement that I want to make is that the Demarcation Board of South Africa has been in contact with us. Very soon they will undertake a process of public participation within our area of jurisdiction or constituencies whenever that program is implemented. So please be ready, councillors. I know that in the past some councillors had some complaints about the size of their wards. Some VDs seem to be overlapping to another VD. That you will find the right platform when the demarcation board comes to the region, so that communities can make their suggestions with a view to reconfigure our municipal boundaries and ward delimitation. I want to step off this item and proceed to the next item, which is motions of sympathy and congratulations. Can I observe hands? Councillor Sokaka, Councillor Letawana, Councillor Mongale, Councillor Rampai, are you raising your hand, Councillor Malevo? Okay. Councillor Malebu and Councillor Ramile, you'll be the last. In that order, Councillor Sokaka.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like also to congratulate the President of the Republic for signing into law the Bella Act, which the Bella Act itself, it will be able to correct some of the things that are at our schools act, your language policies of schools, admission policies, and other objectives which are discriminating against the fellow learners and so on. Secondly, the Ex-Appropriation Act, bill that has been signed into law, which repeals 1975 Act of Ex-Appropriation. For this bill is for the public use, not necessarily for any other thing that may be misinterpreted to the public. But also congratulate the agreement between Israel and Hamas on ceasefire. it has been our call for peaceful solution in respect of humanity, because we believe that the war in Gaza really has created serious problems for the people of Palestine, as they were killed in hospital, children, and so on. So this ceasefire, we are celebrating it as South Africa because we believe it is a correct move. But also, I must, Speaker, we bow our heads and salute the bravery of the soldiers, South African soldiers that has been killed in DRC, whom their role really was to bring peace and stability in the region, because we believe that guns must be silenced. Anything does not need to be violent to be resolved. We need peaceful solutions. It is unfortunate what happened there, but many people in the public domain, they are playing around with that situation as if there are no humans, fellow humans, that has passed on. We are calling upon all of us to respect the families and the country for the bravery of the soldiers. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ltawan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The leadership of this council, all councillors present, the community of Mangaung, good morning. Speaker, in case, let me just put that right there, in case I exceed my time, consider that the extra time borrowed from Councillor Mongale, as I realize that this time is like the hand is not up. So I consider that there's already that arrangement between myself and him. Speaker, we are from a very hectic period of festive where we have seen a number of road safety campaigns across the country, in the province as well as in the city. And we can report today that there were successes that were reported during the period under review, as well as the sad news, as there are some families that lost their loved ones during the period, 1 December to 11 January, as per the report. The road crashes statistics shows that there was a decrease of 1.1% recorded, while fatalities decreased by 0.5%. Where in the province, the Free State, we have seen a highest decrease with regard to fatal crashes, which was less than 13. It is disappointing at the same time to indicate and report that in the report provided, we have seen that the drivers recorded in the age range 25 to 39 of years, which is a group that is referred to as the future leaders, is one of those that is not impressing in terms of the statistics that is recorded. Speaker, let me also indicate that the number of incidents that took place in our famous road, which is our N8, we have seen also a sharp decrease in terms of incidents that took place in that road, as well as the other roads in the city. And we wish to take this opportunity to send our condolences to all the affected families that lost the loved ones during the period under review. On the other side, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the African National Congress to applaud the excellent performance of the matric class of 2024 for achieving a remarkable 91% pass rate, which is a significant improvement from the 89% that was recorded in 2023. In believing that education is a societal issue, the results demonstrate a concerted effort of a leadership of the Department of Education led by Dr. Mamiki Maboya and HOD Malakwane, all the educators as well as the learners alike, the SGBs, and all stakeholders in the field of education. You are simply the best. As is famously realized during the beginning of 2025, may I also join those by indicating that we are also supporting that in 2025, we are saying education maroon. And we say to them that they should continue to make the Free State shine, and as well as the city, which is the Mangaung. And while on the celebratory mood, Speaker, let me also congratulate the biggest political party in the continent, the African National Congress, by celebrating its 113 years of anniversary, which the event thereof took place in Cape Town, Khayelitsha. We celebrated there with the masses of our people under the theme, the year of renewal to make ANC a more effective instrument of the people to achieve the vision of the Freedom Charter. As the ANC, we observe the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, a document that serves as a policy blueprint for the society that we seek to create. It is this policy framework that inspired.
Thank you, Councillor, your time is up.
Speaker, like I indicated, the rest I was going to borrow from Councillor Mungai. Speaker, as we start, as I conclude, as we start 2025, may I call upon all of us to dedicate it to defeat any service delivery challenges in the spirit of the Freedom Charter, any service delivery challenges in the city, and together, Councillor Mongale, we can improve and we have the ability to can respond to the needs of our community and create a better Mangaung. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. Although today you don't look nice like the way you used to look, I don't like what I see on your neck there. Even the color of your shirt, I don't like it. Now, on a serious note, I need to pay tribute to this son of the soil, Godfrey Opa Sputla Sikonam Shanje Mukakatledi, who passed on this week and will be buried tomorrow. He is a guy who came here in Bloemfontein as a young guy, and then he went to school to Moemedi, and he became the most feared midfielder of our time. He was one of the electrified midfielders. I wanted to show you the picture of the people that plays like him. I've tried to look for them in South Africa. I struggled to find them, except maybe to give you a little bit of reference of players like Sibia that used to play for Celtic. He might be the one that looks like, or Obrima Khopela. This is the kind of midfielder he was. Sputla Asikonam Shanje, who used to go to school in Moemedi. He happened to share the school with the executive mayor and myself. He played for Tigers, and at Tigers, he played with the likes of one of the employees of the municipality, General Shalele, who is working at Solid Waste. And then he played for Free State Stars. He played with great players like Maputi and others as a youngster, and nobody could forget the contribution of Godfrey Mokakatledi, born from Kronstadt, but he spent his entire life living in Bloemfontein. He is now the son of Mangaung. He also went back to Tigers to go and finish his career there. And then he worked at Coca-Cola. That is the last place where he worked before he surrendered to death due to complications. But we would like to say, as African Alliance of Social Democrats, to say, Spuka asikho namhlanje, even though it is said that you are no more here, but we always believe that you are a great player and you were great, and we made our schooling at Moemedi fantastic because we enjoyed going to school, knowing that Moemedi is going to dominate other teams, the great teams like Hunelo, Kailang, Ikaelelo, those were great. But when Spuka was in the field, everybody knew that there is a surprise package. He's going to surprise all of us. Moemedi people, remember you used to call us Dinotsi. Then we come with that noise of Dinotsi, knowing that Spuka has scored from nowhere. Now, this is the guy that we celebrate under the leadership of James Jimili Tuka, who was the principal at that time. And we would like to pay tribute to this son of the soil. We say, you may be gone, but you'll never be forgotten. I know I've borrowed from Paul Hardcastle. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rampai.
Thank you, Dr. Matai. Let me start by saying that except the Lord to build the house, the labor is in vain. That built it. Except Jehovah keep the city, the watchman waketh, but in vain. Speaker, the ACDP in Mangaung wishes to congratulate the matric of Mangaung, especially those who of the Free State province, for doing the best during the matric exam of 2024. I think because now last year, the class of 2024, Movement and DD Haute. They have shown that the talented in the country lies in the hidden in the Free State province. We wish them all prosperous career and pray that all of them may further their studies and successfully find a suitable job. Dr. Matai, the ACDP will pass the condolence for the 3 learners of Dr. Philogen School who have lost their life and others who was critically injured at the Aljos intersection. Be as a reference, we know that it is a difficult time for all the families and the families of the school. On behalf of the ACDP, we extend our deepest sympathy and family involved as well of the school. Thank you, Dr. Matai.
Thank you, Councillor Rampai. Councillor Malebu.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano. E re ke qala ka ho lebohisa mokgatlo wa AASD ka dilemo tse tsheletseng tseo ba di tshwereng. Ke re ho bona speaker ba ke ba ye di-conferenceng bona le bo Action SA le bo PA kaofela ba se kene batla fela ba ntse ba tla ba re ba tshwara dilemo tse itseng empa ba sa ye di-conferenceng. Ke lebohise hape motsamaisi wa dipuisano mo lekgotla Councillor Makau lenyalong la hae wena motsamaisi wa dipuisano o sa tswa nyala haufinyana ra mo lebohisa re re ho yena welcome to the real world. We gather to pay, Speaker, our respects and offer our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of our brave soldiers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Our soldiers were deployed in the DRC as part of the United Nations peacekeeping mission, with the noble goal of bringing peace and stability to a region ravaged by conflict between rebels M23 and the Rwandan Army Force. We mourn the loss of these brave men and women who have given their lives in service to our nation and to the people of DRC. We remember their courage, their dedication, and their selflessness.
We honor their memory and we pledge to continue their work to bring peace and stability to our region. However, we cannot ignore the concerns raised by the EFF regarding the capacity of South African National Defence Force under the leadership of Minister Angie Motshekga. The EFF has repeatedly called for accountability from the department and the governing party. Furthermore, the president of the EFF has been vocal about the President Ramaphosa's handling of the situation, stating that it was irresponsible of him not to withdraw our soldiers from DRC. The President Commander-in-Chief has emphasized that our soldiers are ill-equipped to handle the complex situation in the DRC, and that their deployment is a mere public relation exercise. To make things worse, Minister Angie Motshekga was summoned to appear before the Parliamentary Committee this week to answer the questions about the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, particularly regarding the South African National Defence Force deployment in the region. The Economic Freedom Fighters had requested her presence to provide clarity on the matter. But instead of providing the satisfactory answers, she allegedly abandoned the committee, sparking concerns about transparency and accountability. She otherwise postponed to the 18th of February to demonstrate how leaders of this government are treating things with agency, with no care at all. We cannot ignore these concerns, and we must demand answers from our government. How can we ensure that our soldiers are properly trained and work, and by striving for a more peaceful and stable world? May their memories be a blessing to us all. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ramile, you are the last.
Regulable Speaker, good medicine Majoro, good medicine Lento Yotle, Eka, where I got it to look at Hatlaman. But Ancharella, Speaker Mohotan Uncherigadi Washini. Kiko let Gakunam Kutsani Marnakwaka, we bele Nagtatakilata. All right, Speaker, our heartfelt condolences goes out to the family that encountered the tragic accident on N8, Friday, January the 24th. We extend our deepest sympathy for the loss of the children. Ryan Smith was 6 years old, his brother Aiden, 8 years, and their niece Leanne van Poppendorp, 8 years also. Not forgetting Unalerona Muthodi, 28 years old, who resided at Tabanchu, Mukwena location. She also lost her life in a tragic accident. Our thoughts are with the families during this incredible difficult time. The DA will also like to extend the deepest heartfelt condolences to the families of the SNDF members who lost their lives during the attack by M23 in DRC. May their families find peace and comfort. We would like to also congratulate the Free State Matric class of 2024 for being the best once again, and may all matrics in South Africa achieve success in their future endeavors. The DA also wishes the newly appointed coach staff or the Free State Cheetahs all the best of luck. All of the respected Springbok and World Cup winners, let's continue to bring the glory home. We also want to congratulate Bafana Bafana for also making their way into the AFCON. We say congratulations, boys, and not forgetting to pray and hope for Bloemfontein Celtic Football Club for them to at least bring back their jerseys back to the Betway Premiership. Siwelele Samasele, we are behind you. I know Mayor will take interest in this matter. In closing, Speaker, I would like to congratulate and applaud the DA leadership for standing firm and true to the cause of rescuing South Africa and building a better future, and not rolling out to the ANC's failed policies of the past 30 years. South Africa needs functional, respectful coalition that delivers real solution for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of statements on motions of sympathy and congratulations. We now move on to item 7, which deals with confirmation of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. The first is a special meeting of the 5th of July 2024, initially scheduled for the 4th July 2024. The second is ordinary meeting held on the 31st July 2024. And lastly, a special meeting held on the 30th of August 2024. Can I see a mover for the confirmation of those minutes? Any mover for the confirmation of the first set of minutes? Councillor Jonas.
I move for the adoption, thank you, Speaker, of the minutes.
Seconder. Councillor Mwale.
No, I second confirmation of the minutes.
Can I now see a second hand for the second set of minutes, the ordinary meeting of the 31st July 2024? Any mover? Council Whip?
I move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sfaki.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I move. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mongale.
No, I second the minutes.
Thank you. Can I now see hands for the last set of minutes, special meeting, 30th August 2024? Councillor Sfaki.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Setlu.
Thank you, Speaker. I move for seconding the move for the adoption.
May I, by show of hands, establish if all of you are in agreement with the proposal to adopt the 3 sets of minutes? Thank you very much, councillors. The minutes are confirmed as such. I now want to step off this item and proceed to item 8, declaration of interest. That item has been dealt with administratively. We are now going to proceed to item number 9, which is the presentation by the Auditor General on the annual reports for Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality and St. Lake for 2023-2024 financial year. AG, I will now allow you the opportunity to present before this August House the item as outlined in our agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, the members of the Mayoral Committee, Honorable Councillors, the officials, as well as the ladies and gentlemen. I also want to say good morning and also to say compliments of the new year. And I trust that 2025 will be a good year characterized by enhanced governance and oversight by this council to the best interest of the citizens of Mangaung. I want to first appreciate the honor that you gave us to come and present to this open council the outcomes of the consolidated audit outcomes of Mangaung Metro, together with its entity, which is Sentlec. Also, I really want to commend the officials, the leadership of Mangaung, together with the team for their tireless working of making sure that today we are able to make sure that we comply with the legislation of tabling the annual report within the legislated time frame, of which this is something, Honorable Speaker, that has been a challenge for this municipality for a number of years, that we've been tabling our report very late. I'll introduce myself. My name is Otto Duda. I'm the business unit leader responsible for the Free State Province. I've got the team with me. Next to me is Bukas Boshoff. He was the manager on the job. And then we've got Ndombi Koboshiane, she was the assistant manager, as well as Natalie Marie. They were the team that was leading the team that was auditing the Mangaung Metro. I want to emphasize and mention it on record, Speaker, Honorable Speaker, that these outcomes, there was quite a lot of extensive engagement that took place between the audit team with the leadership of the institution. We had quite a number of engagements with the leadership, that is the HOD is led by the city manager, to ensure that we reach the conclusion and accept the findings that the team have been identified and the observation they made during the audit. We even took it further, Honorable Speaker, that we also have engagements with the mayoral committee, where we presented these outcomes, and we also engage the MPEG as well on these outcomes. So I'm confident to stand here and present these outcomes because of the process that was fair and objective to ensure that the conclusions and the opinion that we express in the financial statements that we audited is the fair representation of the affairs of the municipality. So if we go to, I see that I think we are dependent on the hard copies. I don't see projection, so I'll just mention as I go through the slides. So if we go to the first slide, that is slide number 2. It is our vision and the mission, and what is important as our mission is the fact that for a number of years, we've been consistent with this mission because we believe that the role that we are playing as the Office of the Auditor General through the audit that we conduct, we are able to enable the oversight, to enable accountability and governance in the public sector. And our vision is very clear that we ensure that the work that we do, we continuously make sure that we are relevant so that it can speak to the lived reality of the citizens of the city of Mangaung. The next slide, we highlighting that we, as the Office of the Auditor General in South Africa, we are not working in Ireland. We are working also together with the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, which is the Auditor Generals globally. And those Auditor Generals globally, they subscribe to the principle of P12, if you're looking at this slide. And this slide, the main philosophy around about this slide is to ensure that the audit that we conduct in the government entities, it should have a positive impact on the trust of the society. And we are driving that through the 3 pillars. If you're looking at the slide, there are 3 critical pillars there, and that is driving the work, how we perform our work, so that we are able to make the difference to the lives of the citizens which those three pillars, the first one is the one that is talking about strengthening the accountability, transparency, and integrity of government and the public sector entities. The second pillar deal with, as the Supreme Audit Institution ourselves, we should be able to be being a model, and we must be able to model our own organization through by leading by example. So I think one of the things that we are proud of, the things that we do, we're not theorizing about the issues of the clean audit. Us as the Supreme Audit Institution, we don't take anything less than the clean audit in terms of our audits that is conducted. We also ensure that the people that we appoint the people that are competent, that have the know-how and the skills, so that the work that they do is going to translate in supporting the public sector entities to be able to shift the culture so that we are able to improve the lives of our citizens. And the last pillar talk about the demonstrating ongoing relevance to citizens, parliament, and other stakeholders. And this is the work that we do to ensure that we don't just only audit and leave, but the insights that we generate, we share those insights with all the role players that are going to be able to use those insights to fulfill their responsibilities so that we can see the improvement in the lived experience of our citizens. And what is key is that insight, it must be the insights that are relevant. I cannot table the report that says all is well in Mangaung, but the citizens of Mangaung are experiencing something totally different. So there must be always that relevance on the work that we do. And in the center is the fact that we want to make the difference to the lives of the citizens. That is the work that we conduct. So if we go to the next slide, because the slide that I was speaking to, it was the slide that was developed for the Supreme Audit Institutions globally. So if I'm looking to the next slide, slide 4, it speaks directly to how do we translate as the Auditor General of South Africa the aspirations of the global institutions of the Supreme Audit Institutions. So as the Auditor General of South Africa, we developed our own strategy. And this strategy is the strategy that we are striving to achieve this strategy by 2030. And you can see there, we said what we aspire, we want to have a strong, more direct and consistent impact on improving the lived reality of the South Africans. And we do that by ensuring that the objectives that we put in our strategies, the objectives that are going to take us to realize this aspiration that we have. And these 3 objectives is to ensure that when we perform our audit, we perform our audit in a manner that we are able to gather the right insights, that we are going to use those insights to interact with all the role players that are in the accountability ecosystem of local government, so that everybody can be able to fulfill their role, and so that we can be able to shift the culture from doing harm to doing good. We also have the objective that talk about the influence, which is those impactful engagements. So we expect our teams that they will have those engagements. Hensha mentioned that even before we come to this council, there was a lot of engagements that took place with the leadership of the institution as well as the mayoral committee and MPEC, because we want to make sure that we use this influence, these insights, to influence them in directing the role that they are going to be played to be able to improve the outcome of the institution. I think as we're well aware of that, as from 2019, we were given the extended powers because of the lack of consequences around the country, which is the consequences that give us the enforcement powers, that in the event that the accounting officers are not fulfilling their responsibilities for consequences, we are actually sharing them the insights, we give them the spice that they need to do them, and in the event that they're not doing them, then we start implementing those powers. Maybe at a high level, I'll just remind you, some of those powers is for us that the recommendations that we give they don't just stay as the recommendation. We take them to the next level when they are not implemented, where they become remedial action, where the officials have to implement those recommendations. And also those powers, they also give us the power that we can refer some of these matters to the other public bodies for further investigation. So we've got quite a lot of memorandum of understanding that we have with the Hawks, with SAPS, with SIU, public protectors, all the public entities that we believe that they've got a mandate that can be able to assist government so that we can bring in the discipline that is expected as according to the Constitution. So leading to the Constitution, because what the Constitution really requires, if you're looking at, I think it's section 195 of the Constitution, it talks about the public sector culture, which is the public sector culture which should be characterized by good performance, characterized by accountability, transparency, as well as the institutional integrity. So our strategy, the work that we do, we continuously align ourselves to what is the aspirations of the Constitution. Are we working towards ensuring that we influence good and better performance in the public institutions? Are we driving the issues of accountability, which I think this is what we are doing even today. That is why we are presenting to the council so that the council is able to take the insights and the observations that we've made during the audit so that you can start to hold the officials accountable. And the issues of transparency that the citizens should know. That is why the annual report became a public document, and also that is why even the council today is open to the public so that the public knows what is the outcome of the audit that we performed. And lastly, the issue around about the institutional integrity, where we need to make sure that we implement the consequences for poor performance as well as the lack of performance so that we are able to have the public sector that is drive the service delivery. So if you're looking at also at our strategy, you'll see there's a table that has different blocks where it's talking about doing harm up to doing good. So this is what we developed, where we want to come up with a baseline of where are our audit is lying in terms of providing the services to the citizens between doing harm and doing good. And we believe that if our auditors continue to move away towards the right, move away from doing harm, but move towards doing good, we believe that it will result in our auditors to be developmental and have an impact to the society so that we are able to improve the lives. So this quadrant, the continuum that we have, which had the criteria that indicates to the leadership, what are the things that you need to do so that you are able to move away from doing harm to do good, and by that movement also to be able to link to say, what impact are we making to the citizens? Are we developmental to the citizens by making sure that we improve the service delivery? So if we move to slide 5, is the criteria that I was talking about. This is the criteria that we are using, and we are looking at 4 areas. We are looking at the performance of the public sector institutions in terms of financial management. How do they perform in managing the finances? How do they perform in terms of the service delivery that is provided to the citizens, looking at what has been promised as part of the IDP and what has been actually been delivered to those citizens. And you'll see in the presentation that my colleague is going to do later, we'll speak to that so that you can see what we promised and what we delivered. We're also looking at the compliance, and also the last one, we're looking at the ethics, fraud, and the responsiveness. Unfortunately, where we are sitting currently with Mangaung, we are sitting at the bottom block. We are sitting at the block of doing harm. And the main drivers for that, if you're looking at the criteria that we have, is because of the material irregularities that we issued relating to the financial management. when it comes to the service delivery on the auditing of performance information, because of the lack of documentation, we have to disclaim the opinion there, which is the reason why we are saying that they are doing harm, because they are unable to come and present to this council to say, you gave us the mandate, you gave us the budget to go and spend to fulfill these objectives, but they are unable to report back to say this is how they performed. And also we had material irregularities that we issued because of the substantial harm that the municipality is causing to the general public, which is mainly through the wastewater treatment works and so on. And also on the compliance with laws and regulations, the issues that we have around about the procurement and contract management. And lastly, the last pillar, which is talking about the ethics, fraud, and responsiveness, is some of the material irregularities that we issued, which are sitting at a remedial action, which means the time and space that we give to the accounting officer did not utilize to make sure that we implement the necessary consequences, and also the findings that we have around irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. But if you're looking at this, what we aspire, because that is where we want to see Mangaung. Mangaung is taking quite a lot of big chunk in terms of the budget in the province and the metro, because this is the only metro, and also at the same time is serving the most number of citizens in the province. So we are working very hard with management, and more especially understanding the baseline of where we are, what are the things that we need to work towards so that we go towards the good government, doing good. And you can see, if you're sitting in that category of doing good, under financial management, you should be able to have a good financial health. That means the finances of the municipality should be sustainable. You must be able to have a correlation between the achievement of the targets and as well as the use of the budget by the institution. Under the service delivery, they need to ensure that all key performance targets are achieved. Good performance is evidenced from reliable public availability information. Because what we started to do as part of looking at the accountability ecosystem is not only just to rely on working with the leadership of the institution, but to hear what the citizens are saying. Hence, we started to build relationship with the service organizations like Asivikelani, which is the one that is very active in this area, so that we can get the feedback if what are the citizens saying about the services that are getting from Mangaung. That then there must be no findings on compliance around with ethics, fraud, and responsiveness, that there must be strong institutional ethical culture. Controls, they must be there to prevent fraud and corruption. And also there must be no findings that the consequences are not implemented. So this is the ideal position that we want to see most of our auditees sitting there. And we believe that with the resources that Mangaung has, it is doable that we can get there. If we can get just the right people on the jobs, and also we get the council to do their job of performing the oversight, support the officials to make sure that they achieve their objectives. And before I move on this slide, I think what is key, because one of the things that usually become very sharply to say, but we're not eating the clean audit. But what we observed is that the auditees that are clean audit are basically doing the basics. So you can see the category that is yellow. So if you've got the basics right, you are going to be able to have a clean audit. But for you to be able to have an impact and have improved the lives of the citizens, you need to do more than that. Hence this continuum that we develop, and we're working together with management to make sure that we realize. And then the next slide, we sit back and look at what are the things that are important in terms of the responsibilities of the council, as well as the oversight that needs to happen, so that we are continuously put check to what the officials are doing, so that we are able to improve the service delivery, to improve the lived experience of our citizens. So we came up with this approach, which we are calling it a power of five. That is why you've got this 5 hand, which has got 5 fingers. So it's called the power of 5. And again, is linked again to the aspirations of the Constitution, which says the public sector culture should be characterized by good performance, accountability, transparency, as well as in the institutional integrity. So the key things that we're looking at, what are the accountability instruments that are available that should be utilized? And what is the role that the council is playing to ensure that we are using those instruments? So if you look, for example, under the reporting by the municipal mayor and by the municipal manager as well as the mayor, is the importance of the Section 71 and 72 reports. I saw, fortunately, they are in the report, in the agenda for today. But what do we do about them? Do we just table them for compliance, or do we table them so that we are able to come up with the decisions as this council that is going to provide a strategic direction for the institution to be able to improve the service delivery? Then we talk about also once those reports are submitted, does the mayor prepare the Section 54, where they're looking at the budget controls so that we are early identify if there's any financial problems that we have, so that if there's any interventions that we need to put in place, so that we put those interventions on time. So you can see that these actions that are there, we continuously keep on linking them back to what the Constitution requires. So if we're looking also on the oversight block, where we're referring to the Section 131 of the report that needs to be developed on the issues that are raised by the Auditor General, to say these are the findings that have raised, this is how the steps that you're going to take to ensure that you prevent the recurrence. But the experience that we have, irrespective of the findings that we issue, the recommendations that we issue, we keep on picking up the same findings year on year. And you ask yourself, what are we doing with these reports that needs to be prepared by the mayor and the MEC? Also, we also highlighting the importance of the Section 132 report, which is the one that needs to be submitted to the provincial legislature on the annual report and the oversight report. So there's quite a lot of instruments that are available for us to ensure that the oversight is continuously under check to make sure that we don't get any surprises. And then on the reporting tab is Section 47, which is the report by the MEC on the performance and the accountability, which is one of the report that we are struggling to get. That is the report that is not prepared. Then under the intervention is what the legislation requires us to do to make sure that when the performance is not at an expected level, those are the prescripts that tell us, for example, Section 133, which is talking about the consequence of non-compliance with certain provisions. Are we utilizing those provisions? Are we utilizing effectively the Section 139, where we have to have the intervention, either the intervention by provincial or the national government, so that we are able to support the municipalities to improve their performance? And what do we do about those? Is it a thing that we are all continuously putting under check to ensure that we derive the value out of them, or we just tick the box that it was done? And then lastly, also the issue around about the financial recovery plan, which I know Mangaung is one of those municipalities that is under that. What impact are we making it? Are we utilizing that financial recovery plan so that we improve the finances of Mangaung, so that we are able to improve service delivery? And then the last part, which is talking about ensuring that we are clear to the officials what is the expected performance from them. And that is, we can do it through making sure that we sign the performance agreements. And the legislation even requires even to go an extra mile to say, don't just leave it there, make sure those performance agreements are published for the consumption of the public, because we're talking about the public sector that needs to be transparent on the work that we do. On the next slide, I think it's just a reflection. I won't go into detail to it. But I must say that there are some pockets of the things that we do as part of this Power of Five. There are some areas that are very concerning that we are not performing, with the result that our performance as Mangaung, we are not improving at the level where we should be. Mangaung should not be sitting at the opinion that we are presenting today, which is similar as the opinion of the other small local municipalities or district municipalities. There's quite a lot of things that we have as the metro, which these smaller municipalities, they don't have. And I believe that my team is forever available to support the leadership, share the insights as to how far are we in progressing in implementing these things that are expected from us. So I won't go into detail on that one. I know the team, they went into much detail with the mayoral committee, with the leadership as to how do we assess the municipality against the Power of Five. But I think for the consumption of the councillors, you can read in your own space. And then the last slide I'll speak to before I hand over to my colleague to bring in the details actually exactly of the audit outcomes that we perform for the Mangaung is this slide, which is the accountability ecosystem. In this slide, we're bringing in all the role players that needs to play a role. And each and every role player in this diagram has got a different role to play. And coming together, they are able to complement each other so that if we're putting our effort together, we are able to achieve these aspirations of what the local government should deliver. And I must mention that I'm excited. One of the things that I always keep on emphasizing, which worries me, is a lot of investment that we put in as the institution to have the internal audit units, to have the audit committee units, bring in the expert to come and advise them, but we're not utilizing them. And I'm happy to see that the chair of the audit committee is part of this council, so that is able to give the first hand, because this council should be demanding from the audit committee to get the reports from them so that you get an independent view of the reports that are tabled by management. And the internal audit and the audit committee, they are here with the officials throughout the year, unlike the external auditors that will only come at the end of the financial year. So I'm going to end here. Maybe the last part is a lot of work that we do to support local government, where we started to have a deep dive on the role that is played by the coordinating department. So we dig deeper to say, Office of the Premier, what is the role that you do to support local government, cooperative governance, as well as treasuries? Is the interventions that you put in, does it make an impact or just we tick a box? So those are the work that we do to make sure that we're not looking at local government in isolation of what provincial or national government is doing, but to integrate that so that we are able to see the improvement in the audit outcome. I'm going to hand over to Bukas just to take us through on the details of the outcome of the consolidated as well as Centlec. Thank you very much.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of MACO, councillors, City Manager, HODs, and the public at large, good morning. As indicated, my name is Biekus Boshoff. I was the audit manager responsible for the 23-24 audit cycle, and it's a privilege for me today to stand here in front of you and present the outcomes of those audits. Councillors, on slide number 9, you'll identify the 5-year audit outcomes that's been shared there in the past 3 financial years, as well as the current financial year. The municipality or the consolidated institution, including Centlec, has received a qualified audit opinion. And the qualification audit opinion is as a result of the overtime payments made in terms of employee costs, which could not be substantiated, specifically when it comes to whether, firstly, a need was established for overtime to be worked, and once it has been worked, whether those hours has been confirmed before the payment is being processed. So our while there is a decrease in terms of the number of qualification paragraphs, you'll recall in the prior year we had 3 qualification areas. In the current year, there is 1 qualification area, as I mentioned. The audit outcome does remain volatile at this stage. There requires a lot of audit effort from our end in order to substantiate certain transactions, to get the information that we require, to ensure that what we publish in our financial statements and annual performance reports is in fact a true reflection. On slide number 10, as I indicated, this is our qualification area, and the root cause is that we do not have an approved overtime policy or a standard operating procedure per user directorate. Overtime may be necessary, but the processes that we have in place are letting us down, and this is where the critical intervention is required. We need to ensure, councillors, that there is monthly and daily processing of overtime transactions. As I indicated, to ensure, firstly, the need for overtime is confirmed and approved, as well as the hours that's being claimed is actually being worked. If we continue then to slide number 11, this is where we highlight our findings on the annual performance information. Of course, as councillors would know, this is where the municipality reports back to oversight and to the community how the municipality has performed in terms of service delivery during the financial year. Unfortunately, the municipality has continued to receive a disclaimer opinion on the performance information, and I expand a bit on this slide for the reasons for this disclaimer. For point number 1, not all our indicators within the SDBIP or IDP are well defined so that it can be measured properly and consistently, and key functioning areas within the municipality are not always recorded as indicators in the annual performance report, which begs the question whether it has been monitored, measured, and or implemented. It's critical, councillors, that all our needs of the community is included in our annual performance report and measured and monitored against budget spending, as the current state of it could lead to increased community dissatisfaction when it comes to service delivery. On point number 2, the audit evidence that we obtained or could not obtain in this case could not support the actual achievement that has been recorded in the annual performance report, as well as material differences that we identify compared to the actual achievement that's been reported. In point number 3, the quality of our performance report, unfortunately, before and after the audit, much remains to be desired, as there continues to be material findings. I think one of the important matters on this slide is point number 4 when it comes to impact. And councillors would note that 45% of our service delivery targets were achieved. However, 111% of our budget was spent. So there is a misalignment between what we achieve as a municipality and how our budget is being spent. As I indicated previously, this does have a negative impact on council and oversight bodies, especially when decisions has to be taken based on annual performance report, based on performance information that's being shared, as it might not be a reliable source on which decisions can be taken as a result of the disclaimer in opinion. On slide number 12 and 13, we highlight a couple of key service delivery targets, key service delivery areas that unfortunately was not achieved during the year under review. Councillors would note in the far right-hand column that all of these are reported as 0% achievements or non-achievements. And some of the indicators or targets that we plan to achieve relate to the core functions of the municipality, specifically the provisioning of roads, water treatment capacity being implemented and enriched, delivering of sewage-related services to individual households, as well as number of households in informal settlements provided with water. Unfortunately, councillors, as reported in the annual performance report, there is 0 or none achievement for some of these key service delivery areas. If I can continue then to slide 14, I believe it's 14, 15, and 16, which I will deal with the non-compliance areas, where we also identified various instances of material non-compliance. Councillors would note in the previous financial year or cycle under audit, there were 28 instances of non-compliance. In the year under review, 23-24, there were 30 instances of non-compliance we identified. Also important to note that we cannot look at all non-compliance areas. We do limit the non-compliance or legislative areas we believe has a detrimental impact on the community. Some of the instances I'd like to highlight is under procurement and contract management, where some of our invitations for tender documents did not include the minimum threshold for local content, which unfortunately does have a negative impact on local economic development. And our contract management and monitoring of contracts are not being performed continuously, and the impact of this I'll share in a later slide. In terms of expenditure management, we unfortunately are not implementing reasonable steps to prevent unwanted expenditure such as fruitless, irregular and unauthorized. On slide 15, our conditional grants. The Urban Settlement Development Grant was not spent for its intended purpose in line with the grant framework, while other grants were also not evaluated within 2 months after the end of the financial year as required. On consequence management, no action or investigation has started in terms of unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in order to deal with it, number one, but secondly, also to implement consequence management. From a revenue management side, an effective system of controls over our revenue system is not in place. Accounts have not been billed monthly, revenue has not been determined on a monthly basis, and there were also areas where interest charged on overdue accounts were actually not charged. Finally, then on slide 16, in terms of human resource management, the financial interests were not disclosed by the section 56 and 57 managers within 60 days of the appointment. It was disclosed, I can confirm that, just not within the legislated time frame of 60 days, and job descriptions were not established for all posts in which appointments were made. Finally, on our environmental management, various of our wastewater treatment works and landfill sites are not operating effectively under the licensing agreements, and they are not maintained, and they are depleted, defective, malfunctioning, misused and vandalized, leading to further breakdowns in service delivery. Councillors, bringing it home to what the people on the ground are experiencing in slides 17 to 19 is what I'll reflect on now. Some of the key infrastructure services or projects that we visited during the audit under review. First one is the Tabanshu wastewater treatment plant, which was aimed to extend the capacity of the plant in order to treat effluent. Unfortunately, this project has been delayed by about 36 months. The delay compromises the current existing services to be delivered to the Tabanshu community in terms of wastewater management. And overall, we have identified poor quality management of the project and loss of service potential to our community. The cause that we highlight is that leadership has not implemented the effective controls over management of key service delivery infrastructure funded by grants, which will ensure that funds are spent within its intended purpose, and the maintenance plan in place is lacking when it comes to the maintenance of these projects or service deliverables. We recommended to the leadership of the municipality that while we have a project management unit now appointed in our staff establishment, we need to urgently capacitate this unit, whose responsibility it should be to monitor progress on projects, monitor it against spending, monitor it against grant funding and grant management. On slide number 18, we also visited the Vereniging Avenue, which was the widening of the Vereniging Avenue. Unfortunately, the project has also been delayed by 31 months. Items or deliverables that was previously paid for on this road project was again billed and paid by the municipality for the replacement contractor. So in essence, similar work was paid for twice, and we also identified poor quality work issues on this project. The cause and the recommendations that we made is similar to the Tabanshu wastewater treatment plant. And councillors, on slide 19 and 20, just a high-level overview of other infrastructure projects or key service delivery projects we visited. First one being the Hamilton Water Pump Station, which has been delayed by 17 months, and we have spent 92% on this project. However, the project is only at 84% completion, so there is a misalignment as indicated in the annual performance information between what is being spent, what is the progress on the ground. Construction of the Caleb Motsabi Road also delayed by over 17 months. The project is completed, but it cost the municipality 9% over and above what was initially budgeted on the project. On slide 20 for Vista Park. Vista Park 2, the construction of bulk stormwater and detention ponds delayed by over 17 months, and this was also led to an overspending of our budget by about 20% in order to get this project completed. Similarly, for Vista Park 3, construction of internal civil engineering services delayed by over 3 months, as well as a 20% overspending on our achievement of this project. Councillors would note that all of these key projects are funded by conditional grants, and I'll get into a bit more detail on the grants in the next coming slides. On slide 21, we reflect on the pressure the municipality is currently facing in terms of its finances. You'll see there on the left-hand side, our unwanted expenditure for irregular, unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure remains quite high, and some losses the municipality experienced in the current financial year. There was revenue lost due to the municipality due to accounts relating to service charges not prepared, as I also highlighted in the non-compliance areas. This amounted to about 465 million in the current financial year. We've lost value of our property, plant and equipment due to vandalism and lack of safeguarding, amounting to about 58 million. And our inventories are written off, and this is based on the few losses that are not being safeguarded due to damaged and aged infrastructure of about 1.8 million. On the right-hand side, some key financial indicators of the erosion of public funds. Those that I will highlight, councillors, would be that 194 million rand of conditional grants were underspent that was received by the municipality. National Treasury withheld 297 million of conditional grants due to slow implementation of projects. 45% of the 24-25 budget will have to pay for the expenditure and commitments made in the 23-24 budget cycle. 28% of the activities contained in our financial recovery plan has been obtained or implemented. There currently, at 30 June 2024, remains material uncertainty whether the municipality will continue operating as a going concern in the foreseeable future. On slide 22, a graphic depiction of the unwanted expenditure. You'll note that it still remains volatile when it comes to unauthorized, irregular and fruitless. Unfortunately, a continuous steady increase in these unwanted expenditure incurred in the current financial year. If I move on then to slide 23, councillors. Our closing balance, year-end balances of unwanted expenditure continues to show a steady increase, and unfortunately there has not been any investigation as indicated previously. The reason for this non-investigation is the lack of a disciplinary board being appointed to investigate the unwanted expenditure. Since then, as I understand it, the disciplinary board has been appointed. The risk management unit of the municipality is trying to catch up on these investigations. Unfortunately, they're also not capacitated, and MPAC is not supported in its oversight role when it comes to requesting or requiring these unwanted expenditure be investigated or even consequence management implemented. Finally, as I indicated, the grant management feedback we can provide today. As councillors would be aware, the grant funding is very critical towards achieving our key service delivery objectives and funding key service delivery projects. When we look at the Urban Settlement Development Grant, it's been underspent by about 1.2%, and this is the grant that's also not been spent for its intended purposes. Public Transport Network Grant was underspent by about 54% in the current financial year. And on slide 25, the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant underspent by 25%, while the Neighbourhood Development Partnership Grant was fully spent in the current financial year and previous 2 financial years. Councillors, the inability of the municipality to properly manage its grant funding causes service delivery breakdowns, leaving the most vulnerable in our communities behind, as I indicated or showed in the projects that we reflected on in the slide when it comes to wastewater management, access to roads, access to housing facilities, as well as water treatment. Finally, on slide 26, as Ntate Odwa indicated, we do have the increased powers to ensure that our recommendations are implemented when it comes to material irregularities. To date, councillors, we have 14 active material irregularities within the municipality. One of these are not due for a response by the accounting officer yet, while 13, no appropriate action has been taken at this stage. On the right-hand side, we share some of the detail of these 13 material irregularities. The first one is where we identified harm to the group, specifically the municipality, where our information technology assets were not adequately safeguarded and maintained. We have a loss that was not prevented, where the municipality paid for contract price adjustments and extension of time on 2 projects. And this resulted, 3 projects, and this resulted in 3 separate material irregularities. Contractual obligations not settled within 30 days, specifically on a key project, 1 material irregularity. Harm to the general public, pollution of water resources not prevented, and poor management of landfill sites, sitting at 5 material irregularities. Further losses not prevented, employer pension fund contributions not paid in accordance with the rules of the pension fund. Assets not safeguarded, reasonable steps not taken to safeguard our zoo animals. And finally, reasonable steps not taken to prevent fuel losses or overpayment made to suppliers for work already performed or not performed, sitting at 2 material irregularities. Councillors, in the next 2 slides, I'll reflect briefly on the performance of the municipal entity Centlec. You'll note that the municipal entity has maintained an unqualified with findings audit opinion. There remains, however, a concern on the quality of performance reports produced by the municipal entity, as they also struggle with the lack of sufficient evidence. Instances of material non-compliance remain a concern, as they've been reported on in the past 3 financial years with limited intervention or action. Slide number 28, I want to provide a high-level overview of the performance of the Centlec entity. In terms of the quality of financial statements, there remains a concern in the publishing of the financial statements, as various adjustments were required in order to maintain the unqualified with findings audit opinion. Material misstatements were also identified but corrected in the financial statements, and that resulted in the unqualified opinion. Performance reporting, this has improved from the qualification in the prior year to an unqualified opinion in the current year. However, there is also a misalignment between spending and achievement of targets, as 63% of the service delivery targets were achieved. However, 87% of the budget was spent. In terms of compliance, there has been a decrease in the number of compliance matters reported. However, inadequate actions remain in order to address transgressions or take action against the transgressors of the legislation or entities' policies. When it comes to financial health, the creditor payment period has increased from 73 days to 128 days. A deficit of 114 million was recorded in the 23-24 financial year, and 52% of the debt of the entity is deemed to be irrecoverable. In other words, they do not expect to recover those funds. The entity also experienced losses in terms of impairment of consumer receivables, sitting at about 68 million. Loss in the value of property, plant and equipment due to lack of safeguarding and vandalism, sitting at 3 million. And our electricity losses is sitting at 202 million for the financial year. Unwanted expenditure further incurred. Irregular expenditure increased to 1.54 billion rand. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure also increased to 112 million rand, and our budget was overspent by 468 million compared to the prior year. Consultants were appointed by the entity at a cost of 4.6 million rand, increasing from 3.5 in the prior financial year, And from a human resources point of view, there also remains instability and vacancies, especially in the finance unit with a 28% vacancy rate. Councillors, my final 2 slides is to provide you as well with feedback on the 5 recommendations that we have provided to the municipal leadership. And I am pleased to confirm that the Honourable Speaker, the Mayor, the City Manager has committed to implementing these recommendations. While there may be a long road ahead of us in order to ensure proper governance, we believe that if these 5 recommendations are implemented, we should see a significant movement in the right direction. We've added as well in the current financial year detailed actions that we believe, if this is followed on a step-by-step basis, it could lead to the implementation of the recommendation. And we tried to link it to the specific areas of concern as we've highlighted throughout this presentation today. I'd like to take you through the recommendations that has been committed by the leadership of the municipality. The first one is that we need to establish control processes to address the weaknesses in our overtime system in accordance with applicable legislation, as this is specific our remaining qualification paragraph in the current financial year. We need to implement actions to address the reading of households where estimates are being, where estimated consumption have been done for a prolonged period that affect the reliability of our service revenue income. And we require a plan there, as the municipality without sufficient revenue would not be able to maintain its level of operation, and the foregone revenue we've identified could have been prevented if there has been actual readings of meters and consumption used. Recommendation number 3, we need to commence with the investigation of unwanted expenditure with a view of reducing the backlog of uninvestigated balances. Also with the view of the implementation of consequence management so that accountability is taken by officials within the municipality. Our 4th recommendation is that we need to enhance our control processes to address weaknesses in the maintenance and delivery of infrastructure. And this is specifically in reference to our key service delivery infrastructure that we highlighted in this presentation for you today, where we believe the project management unit should play an impactful role when it comes to the management of infrastructure, specifically those dealing with water, sewage, roads, electricity, etc. And then finally, the performance indicators set in the STPIP must be well defined. Targets must be specific and relevant to the performance indicators, which is critical for us, councillors, in order to ensure that what is put in front of you as achievement for the past financial year is properly assessed and is a true reflection of what transpired during the financial year, but also finding that alignment between what we spent and what the people are seeing on the ground. Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. If you'll allow Mr. Duda for closing remarks.
Okay. Before I hand over to Honourable Speaker, I just want to touch on just on a few things. To first, really thank the municipality to commend them on the appointment of the leadership. I think these things to be rectified start by having stability in the leadership. I think is something that we really want to commend, and it makes it also the audit process very smooth. And I can say that they were very cooperative with the audit process. And I want to say, Honourable Speaker, that I hope the insights that we shared, that it will assist the council to shape their focus to say, how are you going to perform your oversight differently? Because the reality for us to achieve better outcomes and better results, we need to reorganize ourselves to say, how are we going to perform our oversight differently? And also, I'm hoping that these insights that we shared, Honourable Speaker, that are relevant. Is it relevant based on the experience that we have interacting with our citizens, and also empowering us so that we are able as this council to fulfill our roles and the responsibilities. And lastly, Speaker, I want again to thank the time that is been offered to us to present on these outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Odwa, for that comprehensive presentation. Indeed, we are delighted that it has highlighted key areas of improvement which must honestly be taken into consideration. We also take note of the recommendations as provided for in that presentation. I don't know if members would like to pose some questions, or the executive mayor would like to make final concluding remarks before we can recuse the team from the AG's office. Let me first note, you will come last, Executive Mayor. Councillor Kotze, Councillor Dimpale, Councillor Mongale, Councillor Peter, and then you will be the last Executive Mayor. Thank you, in that order.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, I'll just raise the following questions to the Auditor General. In your previous report, you highlighted that the Mangaung Metro made payments for goods and services that were either not received or of poor quality, including an 8.1 million rand payment for ICT goods and services that were never delivered. What is being done to recover the funds? And have any of the suppliers been held accountable for failing to deliver the goods and services? You also found that employees with a private or business interest in suppliers were awarded contracts by the municipality without disclosing their interest, which is a clear violation of procurement rules. How much value is tied to the contracts awarded to employees with undisclosed interest? Were there any financial losses incurred during these violations? Have any of the employees involved faced disciplinary action or legal consequences for failing to disclose their interest? If not, why? As noted in your current report, there is a clear lack of engagement with the public by the Mangaung Metro leadership. Would your office be willing to accept an invitation to attend a public meeting in my ward, alongside the executive mayor, city manager, and all heads of departments, to present the report and address questions from the public? I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dipale.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, my questions to the Auditor General. I'm not casting any aspersion. Don't be. The question that I'm going to ask is not a question that I'm coming. All that I need to, because I'm asking myself, how did we get to be where we are? The auditors, can auditors be corrupted? Who audit the auditors? I'm just thinking years back to be where we are. With everything that you have just put here, how did we get here? I'm not saying, because I see, like you said when you started the AG, you said you met with the HODs, you met with all the stakeholders, the MPEG, and everyone else that needs to. And what did you find from them? Especially the arms like MPEG, because those are the people that committee needs to check or start to investigate some of the things that are happening within my municipality. There's something like, you said something like 191 million that is underspent by HODs. Why are we having HODs and all the officials whilst there's money that is there and nobody's underspending them? I mean, we've got squatter camps outside there. Money's not being spent. People are just sitting somewhere. I don't understand whether they are qualified or not. Someone is not doing their job. Either they are lazy or incompetent to do the job that they're supposed to do. Another thing is there's also projects that are now overspent, like 20% from the intended amount of money that was supposed to have been spent on the project, that now had to be stopped. How is that? How does it come to that here we said this project is going to be 10 million and now it has to stop and be for 3 months or 90 whatever years? But people were expecting this project to have gone through. How? It is so sad that we need to come here and listen to this. And worst part of it is that there's money to be spent, but some people don't want to spend or are afraid. I don't know. 191 million, whilst our people are living in poverty. It's wrong. It's wrong. And there's no consequence management, like you said. Heads need to roll. It can't be correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. Mine is also in line with what Councillor Dipale have raised about the efficiency of Auditor General. I remember some other time I had a fight with one of the colleagues of Auditor General during our training as councillors, where I said, are the findings of Auditor General compulsory? If they are binding, like the one of the public protector, why are the Hawks or SIU not being called in immediately to save public funds? Because this is not municipal funds. I know in your report you say it's municipal. It's not municipal funds. It is public funds. It was meant to help the public, but it ended up not reaching its intended objective. Let me make a practical example. The project of water of Muscle Sport and the project of water of Tabanchu, it could have addressed the water crisis that we have in Mangaung, where people have to leave their houses to go and look for water, stand somewhere where the delivery truck will be standing just to go and fetch water. Now, if we are working and we are working at these remote private sectors, it means you will not be able to get water for that particular day, and your children are going to suffer. And this is a crime against humanity. I don't know how do you define it. Anything that denies our people access to basic services, it's a crime against humanity. And you as auditors, Auditor General, you come in Mangaung year in, year out, year in, year out. You always come with findings that shows that things are not okay. But there are no consequence management. You want to relegate the entire power to MPEC. MPEC is limited because in Mangaung there is a collision of ANC, ATM, and AIC. And they constitute majority. Once you want a particular decision to be taken and they outvote us in the council, we are defeated. Now, where does AG comes in? This is where we want you to come in. I have already made up my mind, Speaker, I need protection. I need protection because when everybody else is speaking, I don't speak. I'm saying, what people don't like, people just have to accept I didn't start this. It is Auditor General's report that started this. Now, if you say Auditor General is wrong, contest Auditor General's report. Don't contest me. All I'm saying is that we are being made to look useless in the eyes of public. While we are raising these issues at MPEC, we are also raising these issues at committees. We are raising them in the council. We are defeated by the coalition in Mangaung, the coalition of African National Congress, African Transformation Movement, and African Independent Congress. I wanted it to be recorded. Those are the people who are defeating us every time in the meeting when we want to correct a wrong. And we are not saying every councillor of the ANC is corrupt. All what we are saying is that the power of the decision of that coalition paralyzes this council. We were progressing, now we are regressing again. Because of what? Because there is no one who's keeping a constant check to this institution to say, Hawks makes arrest where you have to make arrests. Hawks are waiting for president to give them declaratory order before they can start to act. If the president does not give them order, it means those people will not be arrested. Now, what kind of this democratic system do we have where people can steal, an ordinary citizen, when they steal, they are arrested immediately and they're being taken to court. But when it is us legislators, it's either it will be subjected to a commission or it will be a process whereby the Hawks will have to take time before they can come and arrest me. What makes me special? When I came here with a vote of the same people that get arrested immediately.
Thank you, Councillor.
Auditor
Your time is
General,
up.
do your job. If you can't do your job, reflect it to Parliament to say we have the following limitations. We want to get people arrested because people are blaming us that we always come to investigate, but we end up not getting the desired results at the end of the day. We are also trying on this other side. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, MMCs, City Manager and his team, and the Office of the Auditor General. Let me thank the City Manager's Office, CFO, and the team for coordinating the audit for the 2023-2024 to its conclusion. I must also thank the Office of the Auditor General for their commitment in expressing unbiased audit opinion for 2024. As much as it remains a third qualification in a row, however, looking at the qualification paragraphs, we are at least a moving step forward, despite the issues that were raised by the Auditor General in his findings. And ultimately, we are looking at finding a clean audit, and we believe it's achievable with the army of well-qualified and experienced staff that we have as the city. One has noted the issues surrounding the inability of the city in terms of substantiating the employee-related costs, especially overtime. This gives an impression of a loss of control in managing and approving the overtime. However, the situation has been exacerbated by the inability to submit documents to the AGSA. I think you remember that in most of the findings that you have said, our overtimes are not supported by certain documents. So we are working very hard to deal with that particular matter in order to address issues that were raised by the Auditor General. We have also noted with a great concern that the number of things that we need to work upon as finance in order to find strategies to manage business workflows.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor. Is the purpose, if I understood you correctly, Speaker, not to ask questions to the Auditor General now, but now we get an explanation of everything that is wrong? Thank you.
Point is dismissed. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I thought maybe he was listening to a wrong script. As the municipality, we pledge to support and propose an audit action plan as proposed by in fact, and support the proposed action plan that will be tabled by the city today in order to remedy the issues that were raised by the Auditor General, so that ultimately we are working towards rectifying what was raised by the Auditor General. Further than that, we also pledge to support, to say anytime you come to our offices, Auditor General's office, you are welcome in order to make this city a thriving one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. AG, Mayor, do you want to come after the reply? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank to the Honorable Councillors for such a very difficult questions. The way that we're going to handle the questions, I'm going to hand over to the teams to respond to those ones that are audit specific. And those ones, they will be able to give those ones. But I will try to support on these ones that is the call which is even beyond the audit of expressing the opinion on the financial statement. So I think Honorable Kotze, you raised the issue of inviting us to go and present to your members of your ward. You know, as much as we really want to be close to the public, we need to get these things in a more organized manner, because we won't have the capacity to go and present in all the wards. Let's use the right instrument, which I believe, the one that we have today, of presenting to this council, which is open to the members of the public. And the councillors, you are here to represent the voice of the public, that you are asking those questions. But if there are any follow-up questions, we are willing to give further response to those ones. Otherwise, I think it's going to be very tough, because I'm just thinking that in a practical manner, as you know that this team, while it's busy here, they're already starting with the audit of provincial government. And is it going to be really practical to visit all? But let's look at the ways. I indicated that we started to engage the the community service organizations. Community service organizations are the voice of the citizens. So in that more organized manner, if there's more CSOs who are willing to entertain and engage with them so that they can be able to represent the needs of the council, and we are able to listen to them and see how do we ensure that we respond so that the work that we do is relevant to their needs. And then the question to us to say, how did we get here? I think this is the question all of us should be asking. Because for all these years, we've been coming to this council and present the outcomes of the audit that we performed. And with the work that we've done, what action that we have done to address those. I think that is why I was making that comment to say, how are we planning to conduct our oversight different? And I'm happy that we are not comfortable with the outcome that we are presenting. And it also challenging us to say, we cannot do the things that we were doing last year. We cannot do the things that we've been doing 2 years ago. Our oversight, we should be doing it totally different so that we are able to make the impact. So how we get here is because of all these findings that we've been reporting for a number of years. We've been highlighting the fact that there's going concern issues in terms of the finances. What did we do about that? We've been reporting over a number of years that there's irregular expenditure. And we've been reporting to say there are no investigations that are conducted to deal with those irregular expenditures. What did we do with that information? Did we ensure that the investigations were conducted, the people that need to be held accountable were held accountable, the consequences were implemented so that we are able to get in the system the right people that are here? So I think these questions that are raised, I'm happy about them because I think it's triggering us to say, what are we going to do differently? As the audit institution, we subscribe to the organizations, global or international organizations that check the work that we do. We subscribe to the ethical conduct. Each and every employee that works for the AGSA signs and declaration that they will comply with the ethics. And if you transgress any of those principles, we don't keep those people in our system. We get audited. I mentioned that one of the things that we are proud of is the fact that every year we continue to get the clean audit opinion. Over and above that, something that we have done voluntarily, which is not the requirement. As the Supreme Audit Institution, there's no requirement for us to subscribe to the regulatory board, which regulate the work that is done by the auditors. But because we want to make sure that we are transparent and we ensure that we are comfortable with the opinion that we issue. So the ERBA, which is the regulator for auditors, they come and audit the opinions that we issue. And I can say we've been getting very good feedback in terms of the reviews that they've done to ensure that we're producing the work of the right quality. And the opinions that we express is supported by the right evidence that needs to be put in place. And then the last one maybe before I gave to the team just to deal with the more audit specific. The question around Councillor Mohale of what do AGSA does? We are the institution that is governed through the legislation. And in whatever you do, there must be the legislation that says you must do it. The responsibility of the auditors is to come and audit, generate the insights, and give to the role players that are entrusted to perform those roles. So if we're talking about fraud or indicators of fraud that we identify, the first step that we do, we'll report to management and say, management, we identify there's a possibility of fraud here, go and do your own investigation. And we are very clear that if there's an element of criminality, the legislation empowers us that we go and open a case with the South African Police Services. And those powers, it also gives to this council. So when I look at these things that we keep up in reporting, we follow the process, then the question that I'm asking is, what does the council do? Is there any case that you went and report to the South African Police Services because you believe that there's a potential fraud that is there? The roles that we have, extended powers that we have, which we are implementing, which I think Lucas reflected on them, he reflected on the number of material irregularities that we identify. But we have to follow the process because it is a legal process. Auditor General is not coming to take over the role of the accounting office. So if we identify any material irregularity, we first give the opportunity to the accounting officer to implement. Hence, you'll see on that slide, we said there are some of those material irregularities that we are saying, accounting officer, you didn't do what you were supposed to do. And then what did we do? We started to refer. And you cannot just come and suspect a fraud and straight to the police. There are processes that we need to follow. And I really want the council to be patient with that process. And we also all of us respect it because no one wants a matter to be taken to the court, and when we're there, we fail because we didn't follow the prescriptions of the law. So I just wanted to highlight that, but I like the questions, and I'm hoping that when we deal with the issues of the action plans, we're looking at that with that eye. Because I can see that the council, you don't want to be where you are. And if you don't want to be where you are, what are the different actions that you're going to implement to make sure that we rectify the things that have been gone wrong? Yeah, so I think I'll stop there, Honorable Speaker, then I'll hand over to the colleagues just to respond to those audit-specific questions. Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I believe there's 3 questions that has remained unanswered, which I will attempt to answer. 2 from Councillor Kotze. In terms of the poor quality of ICT work, or ICT procurement that has transpired, which we reported on in the previous year. This unfortunately has gone through the material irregularity process. So we've tried to provide the insights and influence. Unfortunately, we have deemed the actions inappropriate, and it has now resulted into enforcement. And I think if you look at our audit report, it is our recommendations are also included there for yourself as well as the public. Finally, the second question with regard to the employee with interest in the prior year, which we've identified, we have followed up in the current year. I think I've presented in the slides the lack of consequence management and inability to investigate. However, what I can confirm is that the payment made by the municipality for the goods or services has been received, so there has not been an actual financial loss when it comes to what has been received. And I think the last question, Honourable Speaker, that I would like to answer is from Councillor Lepale in terms of project overspending and how is it happening. Councillor, I believe what is critical for us is to find the alignment between project management, grant management, and measuring the quality of work that we have on the ground. Currently, these matters are handled in isolation of one another, which leads us to a 100% completed project, which cost us 120% of the completed budget, which leads us to instances where our grant funding is being underspent. And this is why we are excited by the prospect of the project management unit, who we recommend must take this mandate and monitor and to ensure if 10% of the budget has been spent, there must be equal value on the ground. Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Boshoff. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me.
Sorry, Executive Mayor. It seemed like there's a follow-up there.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairman. I just heard the Auditor General says we should go opening up cases, and he can also go and open up a case, the law empowers. We go there with our own overalls there to open cases. And without a proper documentation, that is why our cases, they ended up in the very same police station. But with you as the Auditor General going and opening up a case with documents, because I believe what you have audited here, you required certain documentation and evidence is there. With us, it's just some few papers, but with you, there's enough for you to open up a case. And I can just imagine when the Auditor General go and open up a case, how strong that could be to the public to say, at least now we have institutions that cares about us. Maybe it's about time you stand up and opening up cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that is being noted. I don't know if you want to reply to that, AG, or you'll simply take note of it.
I think it would be good maybe to clarify, Honourable Speaker, is that I indicated that the legislation that it has, it guides us in terms of our roles and responsibilities. I indicated that as part of our extended powers, we refer these matters. We don't open the cases. There's a lot of matters that we refer. We refer to the Hawks, we refer to SAPS, we refer to the Public Protector. It carries the same weight that the councillors are looking for. Because when we refer these matters, we refer together with the evidence. Because otherwise we are going to duplicate the efforts as the public institution. So that's rather is the best way that we see it working. And we've seen some fruits on it. There's quite a lot of cases that we referred. I know some of them, they are already in the court road in some of the institutions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duda. Executive Mayor. No, Mr. Mngale, I made an exception to Councillor Malebu, consistent with Rule 34. a member may only speak once. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me extend our gratitude and thanks to the Auditor General's representatives and the office and the interaction that we have had with them through all the processes and indicate that some of the issues that they've raised, I think they will be part of the document that will be presented, going further into details on how things are with regard to the efforts that we are putting in place. But as the executive mayor and my team, we have had our own interaction with AG, and some of the things that they are putting on the table, we have looked into how best we can actually, salvage and eradicate these tendencies that are actually ranging over years. It is indeed true, Speaker, that you would find some of these things embedded in some of the projects that we're doing. You'll find some of these things impacted upon by the staff components that we have in terms of capacity. All those things are what is inside. And I'm happy that if you look at the report of the AG, it does not leave some of the limitations that we are faced with. They do get findings here, criticize, and also advise along the way. So we'll work inside what is presented before the council, and I hope that at some point we'll come back chest out to say some of the challenges that we are faced with will deal with. That's the first thing that I wanted to raise. The second that I wanted to raise, Speaker, is that we have noted with concern our interaction, and we also know that we can engage the office of the AG in between to physically come and share their expertise and experience with us. But for now, I think what has been withholding us is that we are a cash-strapped metro, and their services are not just coming free. We need to reinvest their effort as and when. But I would love to see such an endeavor where we need not enter with them into a boardroom and then we share spoils on what the right and wrong, the do and the don'ts. But also engage their office at a point where physically they must be alongside with us to help us unbundle some of the difficulties that we could be faced with. But that is with time. We'll look at what resources we have on our side and engage that office. On that note, I would like to thank the office heartily and once again say we are at your disposal at any ticking of the clock. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Duda and Boshoff for their comprehensive presentation. We note the contents of the report and their recommendations, and we duly undertake to address earnestly all matters that have been raised in their reports. At this stage, I would like to put an end to a discussion. I am now going to recuse the AG. I will be allowing the chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee, Mesimpi, to present her report as well. Thank you very much, Mesimpi. You are
Chairman. Before the auditor book.
Okay.
I think maybe next time, if we have going to get a report like this, we don't have to have a lengthy agenda whereby we push things, because now we need to go through things step by step, so that after the auditor answers, then we have other questions. Because we do have other questions, but now, because now we have this lengthy, what you call this, agenda, it's very wrong. Because we owe it to our public, because now the AG has just presented a very damning report in front of us, and really now we just have one bite and he answers, and then some of us, like you suppressed Councillor Mongali. I mean, it's very wrong. We need to have at least maybe one day or next time when he comes here, we have at least this item only, and then we talk about it, and all of us, we come out here satisfied. Thank you very much.
Any seconder to that proposal, Councillor Mungale? No, thank you. Now we will obviously take note of this request so that we allocate a day to the AG's report so that members are able to ask questions where necessary, make comments, but also where necessary, propose some way forward with a view to addressing all issues that have been raised in the AG's report. That will certainly be taken into consideration. It is a good suggestion, Councillor Dimpale, who will obviously look into it. May I now take this opportunity to welcome Chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee to present a report before this sitting.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to the Executive Mayor, the Deputy MMCs, the Chairperson of MPEC, and councillors, the City Manager, and executives and officials of the Mangaung Metro. I also would like to take this opportunity to say compliments of the new year, even though we're sitting at the end of January. We're all hoping for a better year, and which will culminate to a better service to the people of Mangaung. You will see my report, fortunately or unfortunately, deals with a lot of items that the AG has already touched on. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to highlight a few and perhaps give the council our take as an audit committee on the matters that the AG has raised. I would like to move straight into the report without wasting any time. On page 5, which is a forward of the chairperson, we've had 4 meetings in the quarters that I'm presenting today, presenting the report for quarter 1 and quarter 2, and we've had 4 meetings. Moving on so that I can get to the detail of my report. On page 6, unfortunately, we lost one of our members. Ntatema Bunda resigned. He unfortunately has other commitments that are conflicting with his participation as an audit committee member.
Sorry, SMP. Councillor Ramatlam.
No, thanks, Speaker. I don't know if I'm the only one who does not have the copy of the report. I don't know, may speaking to which report. Thank you.
Do all members have the copies of the report? Yeah, it looks like it's only you, Councillor. And Rule 7.1 says, in the unlikely event you don't have that report, this does not invalidate our meeting. You've got it? You've got it? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for that interruption. Ms. MP, you may proceed.
councillors are having a wrong report. Even councillors of the D are agreeing with me. This is different from what you is reading from. This one is from the legislature.
Just a minute, let me first establish if this is the correct report from what annexure is this?
Mr. Speaker, can I maybe just assist?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this formed part of the documentation that we received with the agenda. So it's item 13.1.
Yes. It is this bundle, colleagues, is item 13.1.
Clarity?
It is part of the standing rules and orders annexure. Councillor Viviers.
Thank you, Speaker. Just provide clarity, because you didn't say that you're going to alter the agenda. Why now? Why not later? Thank you.
No, there was a request and I made my discretion to allow the chairperson to present so that when we deal with in-house matters, we are done with external presentations. I think it was only fair. Now that I've established that members do have the report, can I allow you, Ms. MP, to present?
Thank you, Speaker. I was on page 6 of my report, where I was indicating that we've lost Ntate Mabunda. He unfortunately resigned due to other commitments. Section 2 of the report deals with the meetings that we held. On the 27th of August 2024, we had a meeting where we were discussing the draft financial statements that we presented by the CFO and her team, and also performance information. That's the information that the Auditor General later on audited. And so, because as we are required by the MFMA to review those documents before they are presented for audit purposes by the AG. So we had a chance to give also our inputs on the documents. 2.2 deals with a special meeting that we held where we looked at the internal audit documents. Firstly, the internal audit plan, which as a committee we are required to approve the year plan for the audit for the internal audit unit, and also the internal audit manual that they use as they do their audits. We also looked at our schedule, and then in terms of the culture shift, I'm not going to talk much about it because that's the part that the Auditor General presented earlier on. They took us through as a committee in terms of what the expectation is with regards to the culture shift. And they also gave us a progress in terms of how far they were with the audit at that time. On the 7th of November, we had our normal audit committee meeting where we deal with sending items on our agenda. For example, the AGSA audit scope, audit action plan, the ICT report, etc., etc. I'll get into details of each one later on in the report. On the 7th of November, also we had an in-committee meeting with the city manager, where we normally before every meeting, ordinary meeting, would have an in-committee with the city manager, where we discuss issues that are sensitive that we can't discuss in an open forum. For example, investigations that are underway and material irregularities in terms of what is the progress to that date, etc., etc. 2.5, we also had another meeting on the 9th of December where we were discussing the draft audit report from the AG. Even the report that they were presenting today, we also discussed it early this year in terms of the audit outcomes of the municipality. So I'll get into the details later on in my report. 3.1 record of the work performed by the committee, audit and performance committee review of the draft and annual financial statements. So the draft AFS is still reflecting. So at the time when we were looking at the draft annual financial statements, the ones that were going to be presented to the AG for audit purposes, we raised certain concerns because the documents that were presented to us were still in draft and there was still a lot of work that needed to be done. And we all know that we are required by legislation to obviously give inputs on a set of financial statements before they are presented. So the danger that we always want to run away from is looking at a set of financial statements that still needs to go through, an intensive review by management, because that then doesn't allow us to give that overview and oversight as a committee. And in terms of 3.2, which is the report of the internal audit on the review, as part of the internal audit unit, they are required to look at the financial statements as well and performance information, review it before the draft is presented to us and before it is presented, or we're recommending it to council for approval. So the internal audit unit also did that review, and their findings were also factored into the reports. That would also go for the annual performance information. In terms of 3.4, the report on internal audit review and the annual performance report, like I indicated, there were certain findings that were identified by internal audit, which were attended to by management before the financial statements were presented to the AG. In terms of the internal audit plan, like I indicated earlier, we are required by law to approve the internal audit plan to make sure that internal audit they've got obviously the right resources, or enough resources, and their plan is risk-based and it covers key areas of concern of the municipality. So every year, that's what we look at. Internal audit manual, this is the manual that they use, which when they're conducting their audits, it's more like a Bible that they use when they're conducting their audits. The audit and performance schedule, every year we're supposed to determine a plan with dates in terms of when we're going to sit and be looking at the operations of the municipality for that particular quarter. So normally what we do is we always want our dates to synchronize with that of council, so that when we sit and present and draft a report, it must also go in the next council meeting. Culture shift, that's what the AG has talked about, so I think I'm going to skip that. In terms of the audit progress, we've also discussed that earlier on. 3.10 is what I want to spend a bit more time on, which is now the information systems. We all know that we have a serious problem at the Metro with regards to our IT. And what we recommended as a committee is that the Auditor General does a lot of extensive work when it comes to auditing IT of the Metro. And it therefore becomes important that we use the outcome of the audit basically as a yardstick, just like the report that they presented today. It gives us a status in terms of where we are, what are the critical areas that we need to focus on. And because IT at the Metro has so many challenges, we then said to the CTO, look at the Auditor General's findings and use that as a start in order to address all, because the issues are quite a lot. And given the resources that they have, they might not be able to address everything. But that report that the AG presents gives them a very good start in terms of what to tackle. So that's the main thing when it comes to the IT. Secondly, there's also issues of skills shortage within the unit, IT. I think what was presented to us by the CTO was that they have 47 employees in that unit, excluding the call center. And of the 47, only 7 people are qualified to or have the relevant qualifications when it comes to IT. So the other 40 then becomes a problem. But now we're looking at an issue where we're sitting with 40 employees who do not have the relevant qualifications or skills for, and then what do you do as a municipality? Okay, so what we then said to the CTO is that it is important that they obviously analyze the situation, come up with an action plan in terms of what is going to happen. Obviously, some of the 40 people can be retrained or reskilled. I'm not sure what the HR words are, but you can retrain the people and see how you can use them in IT or in other areas. But the risk that we're sitting with here is that we have an IT unit that has a shortage of skills. And the question is, as a city, what do we do about that? Again, there was also a concern that was raised to say our systems are working in silos, our IT systems. So we need to get to a space or a point where our systems are interlinked in order to avoid a human intervention from one system to the other, because that is what will be then prone to mistakes, etc., etc. And then on the audit action plan, I think the AG has also touched on this. Okay, again, as a committee, our biggest concern was the slow progress when it comes to the implementation of the recommendations of the AG. We also have the same issue when it comes to the recommendations from internal audit, that the progress is quite slow. And then, like I explained in the previous meeting, sitting, is that internal audit looks at the control environment. The AG looks at the fair presentation of financial statements. So when internal audit comes up with control deficiencies and they are not addressed, they will eventually affect, or those issues will then affect the outcome of the financial statements. So it therefore becomes important that both these assurance providers, that the findings are taken serious. Okay, one of the things that is also a biggest problem is obviously the overtime, but I'm not going to get into too much detail because the AG has already done that. But as a committee, what we then recommended is that let's not only look at this financial year that just ended, where the AG had given us the audit findings. Let's look back. Let's see was there an abuse of overtime? Secondly, what are we doing with the transgressors? It then kicks in the consequence management that the AG has been hammering on, that we also as a committee are also hammering on. Okay, ICT report, I've already talked about the ICT shortage of skills, but one of the biggest issues here in ICT also is that the ICT steering committee, it's still not functional. And that committee is quite critical. I did highlight it also in our previous report to say it is important that we establish the ICT committee that would look at, if you look at the size and the complexity of the metro, it is important to have that committee functioning. And again, we need, as a municipality, we need to move away from working in silos, working manually, and try and start moving towards automating most of our functions. Risk management, again, the report that was presented by the chairperson of risk and also the CRO, the biggest issue here was lack of response from certain managers. I think if you look at if you listen to what the AG was saying and what the risk people are saying, and also we need to get to a point where we plan in terms of what we want to do. That plan must culminate into performance indicators, and those indicators must be linked to the risks, and then it must be linked to the budget. So all these three things must be aligned so that we don't find ourselves having achieved only 45% of the targets, and yet we spend 111% of our budget. So I think it all starts with planning. And making sure that our plan is aligned to the budget and our plan is aligned to the risks. There was also a risk that, an emerging risk that was highlighted by the committee with regards to the spaza shops and the fact that they were impacting on the health of our communities. And the question is, what is the municipality doing about that in terms of the bylaws? 3.14, I'm on page 10. Section 52 report, again, the AG did highlight this issue of the spending of the grants. So I'm not going to dwell too much on that. But one of the things that we've emphasized to the city manager is that because we know that the municipality has lost a key person in that newly established unit, it is important that we capacitate that unit such that we monitor the spending of the grants, like the AG has been hammering on. SCM report, we took note of that report, and then also the SDBEP. I must indicate again, like the AG is saying, we have too many indicators as a municipality. Obviously, the management thereof becomes a nightmare. And we find ourselves in a situation where some indicators, they fall through the cracks. We are not able to monitor and come up with evidence that supports what we've done in the process. So I know for 2024, 2025, we might be too late in terms of looking at the indicators, but perhaps in the next financial year, we really, really need to craft and make sure that we do away with operational indicators and focus on key service delivery issues and issues that deals with financial management. 3.17, which is the progress on the unwanted expenditure. Again, the AG did highlight this, but the one thing that we want to highlight as a committee is that we're sitting at, I think we had a workshop a couple of weeks ago where the CFO was presenting to us to say, you know, the municipality is sitting at 14 billion. And the AG also highlighted the same in terms of unwanted expenditure. And the question is, what are we doing? I think because if we don't do anything about this, unfortunately, you know, the people that have transgressed, where there's transgression, are still part of the municipality and are still continue with everyday business. Again, there are those things where you find that there isn't a really wrongdoing, but perhaps maybe there was misinterpretation of a standard or misinterpretation of a policy, things that we can quickly clear to reduce the 14 billion. So our plea as a committee is that it is important that we see that MPEC is capacitated when it comes to such things. The DC board is capacitated so that they can deal with financial misconduct if there is any. And that 14 billion keeps on increasing year to year. And that is a serious problem. And in terms of the recovery plan, unfortunately at that time, we only received a verbal report. But in the workshop that we had 2 weeks ago, the CFO took us through the document in terms of how the municipality came about to be placed under, under financial recovery. Secondly, where are we with that, etc. So in our next meeting, we will then get a formal report from the CFO that tells us where we are in terms of that progress, and we'll continue to monitor that on a quarterly basis. 319, first quarter audit progress report. We, as I indicated, we did approve our the internal audit report, the plan itself, and the report that was presented by the chief audit executive. And then the committee noted ongoing lack of responses from management on internal audit reports. Unfortunately, in some of those audits that they conducted, they did struggle to obtain management responses on some of the findings. And it is something that we have taken up with the city manager to ask for his intervention in this regard. 320, the IIA, or the Institute of Internal Auditors, they've come up with new standards, global standards, where we were required to comply with by the 9th of Jan. So we, as a committee, we also looked at that in order to ensure that our internal audit and us as an audit committee, we do comply. 321, I've already spoken about the misalignment between the budget and our targets, and that's our audit outcome, unfortunately, is stagnant. We did not improve from the previous financial year in terms of the audit findings from the Auditor General. Progress on the material irregularities. The report that we received was that there is some progress on material irregularities. But unfortunately, some of these cases are very old cases, and they are going to take a bit of time to resolve. And the most important thing is consequence management, which is what we need to monitor as a committee. And we will obviously continue to monitor this in our quarterly meetings. And then investigations, the city manager did take us through the high level in terms of the investigations that are currently underway. So what is it that we're recommending as a committee, as an audit and performance committee? First one is the overtime. I think the AG has also hammered a lot on overtime and in terms of what is required. Like I indicated, it is important to also identify the transgressors so that consequence management can then kick in. Secondly, in terms of the financial position, we're looking at the debt collection. It is important that we collect what is due to the municipalities, to the municipality, and then linking the spending, the collection, we need to link it obviously to also the spending. It is very important that the spending is also responsible because like one of the councillors was saying, we're talking about public funds here. Performance management and evaluation, the AG also did highlight or touch on this, that it is important to enter into performance contract with the city manager and his executives so that we can hold them accountable on a quarterly basis. 4.3, ICT, like I said, our ICT is in ICU. ICT needs a serious attention from the municipality in terms of skills, shortages, etc., etc. The management of the audit action plan, there's slow progress. We've got repeat findings. So as a committee, we'll continue to monitor this. In our next committee, we're expecting that management will present a new audit action plan that is based on the audit that was just finalized by the AG. Then risk management, we recommended that management should look at both the current and emerging risks so that we are not found wanting as a municipality. Implementation of internal audit and performance committee recommendations. Again, as a committee, I would like to reiterate that it is important that the municipality improve the control environment in order to make sure that we don't have repeat findings from AG, we don't have repeat findings from internal audit, and then we are also able to deliver on the services that our people require the most. Thank you, Speaker, and this is the report that we're presenting to Council.
Thank you, Chairperson Ms. Mpi. May I establish if there's members would like to ask questions or make a comment? Dear Deputy Executive Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to applaud the committee. It shows us that really, Speaker, their meetings as required, and out of the number that they have, I know that the work of the audit committee is a very big work, and unfortunately, one member resigned. I was even whispering with the executive mayor now and say, executive mayor, we must consider that space, because I know you alone, 4 of you alone, won't be able to do many things. But what I wanted to say in the council is that the management must see is important to listen to the audit committee recommendations before even the Auditor General come in the institution to audit. They must do what the audit committee says, because, Honorable Councillors, what is indicated in this report is what the Auditor General reported to us in this council today. We have an internal audit unit the one that it's supposed also to assist different department. I understand it's also, Honorable Speaker, understaffed, but they are doing as much as they can to assist the institution to perform as good as they want. Now, I will really want to support this report that has been tabled by the chairperson of the Audit Committee as the African National Congress. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. There's a mover for the adoption of the report, Councillor Kotze.
Chairperson, I just stand on Rule 38. I would just like to raise some questions to the chairperson, if that's in order.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the report. You say that the ICT is an ICU, but when you go to ICU, the doctors and the nurses don't tell you, we will wait for a miracle. And if you go and listen to that report, we are waiting for a miracle. Now, last year, the concern was the appointment of a CTO. A CTO was appointed now. It's almost been a year that she's in that position now. She mustn't go and look at recommendations of the AG. She needs to be empowered to implement those recommendations. Because some of those recommendations has been in the AG report for the past 5 years. And that's a disgrace. Another thing is the HOD where her department is in needs to empower her. Another thing is, if you go and look at any enterprise, any company, if you go and look at the budget for your ICT systems, it's your second biggest line item when it comes to expenses, and you budget for that. Not, let's see if there is money available for your ICT system. So you really need to work on that. Because I'm telling you now, every time there's promises, now we're going to get there. There's no solutions. There's only excuses. And we need to stop it. And I'm telling you now, there are people that can do it. But they are too afraid to implement what is expected of them because of political interference. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Ha ke eme mona ho tlo bua mabapi le report re gatang ho e fumana. Empa ke wariti speaker ho latella molao wa rona wa tsamaiso. E leng rule 53 ya standing rules and orders. E buang ka moaparo re lokelang ho apara ha re tla counseleng. Ke a kopa speaker mo dutseng teng mo ke bona batch ya ANC sefubeng sa hao. Ana ho lokelehile hore o ka apara ka tsela eo. Ha o sa lokeleha ke kopa mpo kwa ile batch eo. Ke a leboha.
No, you are out of order. You are not relevant to the discussion at hand. Councillor Thomas. You are out of order, Councillor Thomas. Can I hear a reply, Messembe?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, DM, for your recommendation. I must indicate we actually do feel the vacuum of the member that has resigned, and because he came with a lot of experience when it comes to government and municipalities, and perhaps it's something that would need to take it up with the city manager in terms of how we feel that open vacancy. And again, yes, internal audit is unfortunately understaffed, but the way that internal audit works, we obviously prioritize high-risk areas in order to try and circumvent whatever risk that may come with the short staffing. In terms of what Councillor Kotze asked is regarding the budget, yes, A lot of institutions are now moving towards capacitating their IT, and obviously capacitation comes with the budget. And it is something perhaps that the Metro would need to really focus on in order to turn things around. Besides, it's also going to improve efficiency also around the municipality. So it's something that I think that council and management needs to look at in order to capacitate the Metro. Thank you.
May I now see a seconder to the proposal by Deputy Executive Mayor for the adoption of the report as presented? Councillor Lechoko.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to second the adoption of the report. Thank you.
May I now see hands of those in favor of that proposal if there's no any other different proposal? Thank you, thank you. The majority of the House accepts the adoption of the report. This brings us to the end of the debates on the report by the Audit and Performance Committee. I would now like to thank you, Ms. MP, and recuse yourself from the meeting so that we may proceed to other items of our agenda. I'm going to call upon the Executive Mayor to briefly table those matters that he would want us to consider in this meeting. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I must put the notes that I have prepared aside and just go straight to the reports and indicate, Speaker, that they range from one. There's a meeting this side. Chief Whip, I'll help you deal with the meetings. I expose people. Remember, I do that. I really do expose people when they don't adhere to processes. I was saying to you, Speaker, the items range up until 11. And earlier on, the Deputy Executive Mayor alluded to the item. And my main worry, Speaker, is that they are quite emphasized in their names. So let me name them by, it will be under 10, it will be item 1, 2, they themselves are independently dealt with. And then the proposal was that item 3 and 4 will then be treated together. Now there is item 5, 6, 7, and 9. It was also recommended in this House that they be treated together after a little bit of a debate on them. Item 8, which I've now alluded to, item 7. It will be item 8, item 10, item 9, which is going to be part of the other two items, and then item 10 and 11. Given Speaker time, which in our discussion with the multi-party was that should we be in a position to finish in time, we'll also just put another item on the in committee, which it's not long. But those are the items, Speaker. I think I would then commit the responsible MMCs to relate to the items as they are put. I want to believe that the councillors have reflected on those items, and these are all compliance matters, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. May I now see hands of those who would want to speak on the first item. DM. Item 1. Any hands again on item 1? Mapakiso Dennis.
I'm sorry, Speaker, I'm totally out of order. May I request that my council, my caucus people leave now, as we arranged with you previously? We are having our Legotla this weekend.
Okay, may I allow you swiftly to do that whilst you are proceeding with the deliberations of the meeting? Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 1. Item 1.
Item 1. Oh. Okay. Where we are, people? Where we caucus? Go to. Order. Can I now see hands, councillors, of those who want to speak under item 2? Do you want to speak on 1? Okay, Councillor Mongale. Okay, I'm done with item 1. Item 2.
Councillor Malebu.
Councillor Malebu.
Councillor Dipale will take 1. Wanna speak? Hi.
Councillor Dipale. Okay, item 2, Mayor Snyman. Councillor Mongale. DM, you want to speak on item 2? Councillor Nathaniel. Councillor Lechugo. Councillor Thomas. Okay, item 3 and 4 is 1 item. Anyone on that item, DM, Councillor Machacha Misa. Councillor Ramatlama. Councillor Mongale. Councillor Dikog. I now proceed to item 5, 6, 7, and 9 because it's 1 item. 5, 6, 7, and 9. Can I recognize hands of councillors? Councillor Vivier. Councillor Kruger. Councillor Mongale. are you nominating Councillor Ramatlama to speak? Oh. Okay. And then I'm now proceeding to item 8, is a standalone item. Anyone on item 8? Councillor Peter? Councillor Rampai? No, Councillor Mungale? Councillor Sibolao? Oh. And then Councillor Verviers? And then I'm proceeding to item 10, audit action plan. Councillor de Kock, Councillor Kruger, thank you, in that order. I want us to be out for lunch by 1400 hours. So I will be very strict on time. If you exceed your 5 minutes, I am Councillor Lotred.
Chair, the point number 11, have we drawn it?
Okay.
No, we haven't.
11.
Sorry, Speaker.
Okay. Oh, okay. Anyone on item 11? Councillor Lotred. Councillor Snyman. Councillor Kruger. Councillor Dipale. Councillor Nhlapu. In that order, please, councillors. Let me start first with the councillors who are speaking on item 1. Proceed, Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in terms of Section 21 and Section 121 and 127 of the Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act number 56 of 2003, read together with Section 46 of Local Government Systems Act. The amendment provide for the preparation, adoptions and tabling of the annual report. All municipalities in the country, in the province, are expected to prepare and process their annual report within 9 months after the end of the financial year. The purpose, Honorable Speaker, of an annual report are as follows: to provide an account of activities of the municipality for the year and under review. The provider to provide a report on performance against the budget of the municipality and to promote accountability to the local community development for the decisions made throughout the year. Honorable Speaker and the House, the presentation made by the AG earlier has indicated a lot that need to be done to improve on the findings as raised. The report tabled by the executive mayor is regard to the annual report is a clear demonstration that the city is transparent in accounting to its residents through the drafting and engaging community members on the implementation of the important report, hence the tabling of the annual report. Honorable Speaker, I must emphasize on the delegation assigned to me by the executive mayor. The committee responsible for performance has already started with analysis of some of the root causes and planning towards the corrective actions that the city should take. This is seen both by the site visit done with the risk committee and the audit committee, ongoing assessment of the HOD on their midterm reports, the adjustment budget and the revisions of the SDBIP should clearly focus on the findings raised by AG. Lastly, Chair, these corrective measures should not only be based on improving the outcome on paper, but be realized by the community on the ground by providing reliable and safe services. We took decision as a committee, Honorable Speaker, that will monitor and evaluate the work that has been done by different departments in terms of this annual report when it comes back to the council, as it will be referred to MPEC for more deliberation. When it comes back, as this committee will make sure that the evaluation and monitoring has been done correctly, and when the report is tabled here, we'll come with our own input as the committee. We really support this annual report to be noted by this council. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, DM. Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We have limited time, but I see the DA is not there, so maybe we can get some of their time. Thank you. Honourable Speaker, the recommendations refer to noting the first four. However, the E and F is not just notes, but it refers to something that must be done. And especially if with the reports must go to impact. The AG actually referred to the role of impact, and I really want to ask Council that in future we really take note of the reports that comes to Council from impact. I want to focus on 5 issues as set out in the notes to the Mangaung AFS and proving what the AG said, namely that we are doing harm. First, if we go to page 527, and I'm quoting, a material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern. And then the municipality is under financial distress requiring the implementation of a mandatory financial recovery plan during the year ending 30 June 2024. There is slow progress in dealing with financial difficulties, as only 28% of the activities contained in the financial recovery plan have been fully implemented. My question, why? And since 30 June 2024, have we made any progress on this implementation? Why is the Metro so slow in implementing the financial recovery plan? Secondly, the collection of debt. The average for payment from consumers for their bills is 127 days. This is worse than 2023 when it was only 114 days. Furthermore, it seems as if 84% of receivables may not be collectible. This reflects on our credit control policy. My question, is the credit control policy properly implemented? Then 3, when we look at expenditure for repairs and maintenance, and this is in Afrikaans sê ons dit laat die hare rys. Only 2% of the Metro's expenditure was for repairs and maintenance of critical service delivery infrastructure. And overall spending on critical service delivery was only 7.2%. This leads to, and I'm quoting the AG's report, growing service delivery backlogs. The Freedom Front Plus therefore asks, are there action plans to repair, maintain or replace the aging critical service delivery infrastructure? Then this one is really a problem. And again, I quote page 527. While the municipality's current assets exceeds its current liabilities, the municipality will not be able to settle all its current and short-term obligations with cash and investments as they fall due at any specific point. Does this mean that the Metro is in a state of bankruptcy? The assets are more than the liabilities, but the Metro cannot pay its debts as it becomes payable.
Order, Councillor, let me take a point of order.
It's discussing the documents.
I'm asking questions.
It's discussing the document. He took the channel as is asking questions, but it's discussing the documents. And Speaker, this document is coming back for deliberation, and it's nice because the Prof is member of the Public Accounts Committee, where they will make sure that they will deal with this report as much as they want. I would just request that the Prof must align herself strictly in those questions, that because it's going straight to the discussion of the documents. Thank you.
No, Prof, let me allow you to conclude.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Just be mindful of time, but I think you have a right either to submit a Rule 38 question or make general statements on the matter.
Well, I have a right to ask questions, Honourable Speaker. This is for noting, and we can ask questions. It's
Yes.
my democratic right as a councillor representing.
Yes, proceed, Councillor.
Thank you. Another question is, and this is linked to MPAC. What happened to the work that MPAC does? Because with reference to irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and unauthorized expenditure, etc., the AG says, even the AG mentioned that there is, and I quote, no investigation were performed or disciplinary steps taken during the year. That is a bad reflection on us. And as council, we must ask the question, why did nothing happen? Then 2 questions on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Again, late payments, why? Overpayments to suppliers. How can we pay over 2 million rand in overpayments to suppliers? And unauthorized expenditure, I just want to ask, referring to 2 votes, corporate services and finance, both unauthorized expenditure of over 2 million rand. How and why? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mongale.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, Councillor Matai. Mine is just to somehow questions part of the report, because especially where it was dealing with the issue of socio-economic status, where it was giving us a reflection of unemployment rate, employment rate, and all other elements that goes with it. There seems to be a notion that wants to relegate unemployment only to those people that are seeking employment or that seek employment in the last 3 months. And that is not a correct analysis, because you might have seek employment in the last 3 months, or you might not have seek employment in the last 6 months. That does not make you a person who is employed and who is content. That I'm unemployed, I'm gonna toast a champagne to say, now I'm at peace with it and I'm happy about it. We should stop playing into the hands of the IMF, where they want to define to us what is the definition of unemployment. Unemployment in simple terms is someone who is not working, who has the capacity to work. Now, in this particular case, when you look at the unemployment rate in Mangaung, it says unemployment rate in Mangaung is 30.5%. And it says the employment rate is 41.7%. That 41.7% is 233,000 employees. And then it goes further to say unemployment is standing at 102,000. And those who are not economically active is 223,000. Now, and then it goes further to say there are those who are discouraged work seekers, which is 42,000. Now, here we are sitting with a dilemma. And then they go further to say other not economically active is 180,000. Now, my issue here is that if the labor force of Mangaung is 335,000, or yes, 335,000 or 500 and something thousand, but it's staying at 335,000. There is no way that we can exclude people who are discouraged to look for a job and people who have maybe given up looking for employment as people who are now employed, or people that can be calculated or that can be excluded from the unemployed. Because unemployment wants to give us the true figure of our current employment condition in our city. So that when we respond to it, we must respond from the position of strength, knowing how many people who are supposed to be employable, who are languishing in the streets or who are sitting at home, who had the potential of employment. So that when we look at the economic drivers that will create employment, maybe go for industrialization, we must know, we push it to how far, how much budget we have, and how much can we go so that we can be able to meet our requirements in terms
Can I
of...
take a point of order, Councillor?
Okay.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. With all due respect, not necessarily a point of order, but merely a point of clarity. I want to understand, Honourable Councillor, what is the bone of contention? Are you disputing the statistics, or are you disputing what we define as unemployed, economically active and not active? Because I'm trying to follow you, but I'm lost somewhere. If you can just provide clarity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are you prepared?
No, I understand, but I didn't think it's a point that needed interruption. You could have waited for me to finish talking. After talking, you would have the point of personal information, which is part of our rules. Now, the point I was saying is to say we need to know how many people are unemployed in Mangaung, so that when we look for ways of creating employment, we must know what is that we are working towards. But now, if we have a wrong system or measuring stick, we'll sit with a dilemma that once 102,000 people get employed, we'll start to pop champagnes to say we have met our maximum mark, while there are many people who are still unemployed. Hence, I'm saying those who are discouraged, it is not out of their own making. And I'm not going to plead their case here. I'm stating a statement of fact. When you are discouraged from home, it does not mean you are working. Does not mean you can pay the bills. You are still unemployed. You are still not economically active. You are still not connected to the lifeline. Now, we cannot take it for granted. I'm not accusing anyone. There is no one who's on trial here. I'm aware that this document has been sourced from Statistics South Africa. I'm aware. I've read it thoroughly. But I'm saying Statistics South Africa should also be taken to task to say, stop creating false expectation in South Africa. South Africa is a developing country. Stop this mentality of IMF, trying to make everything as if we're in America. Here we are dealing with a developing country. Unemployment is a serious matter here. It's a very serious matter, and it's an emotional matter.
Time is up, Tante Mongale.
So quickly after being disrupted, because I wanted to raise some points.
As you conclude.
Yes. As I conclude, there is also another matter that has been raised that we should also take into consideration in the report, the issue of intergovernmental relations. I think here SALGA needs to play an important role in making sure that it helps to build a good working relationship between Mangaung and the province, with an intention of forcing the province to end up paying the debt that they owe Mangaung. It will assist us. And the last one is the issue of, last but not least, let me deal with this one, traditional house. I appreciate the fact that we are recognizing that there is a traditional house in the Mangaung area. I appreciate it, and I'm happy that one day we'll be seeing His Majesty or Her Majesty in this particular council. Now, on the issue of what committees, there is an element that we need to discuss, Speaker. I might not discuss it today, but we need to reconsider that. We discussed everything. We gave ourselves increases, councillors. We forgot to give what committees salaries because they never had a spokesperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dipale. Councillor Sola Orume, oh my friend. I want our delivery. It's now your turn to speak. We are done on this item. This item. Do you want to speak on this item? Okay. This brings us to the end of the debate on this item. I don't know, Deputy Mayor, if you want to respond to certain questions, or are you? Okay. Councillors, this matter is brought to council for noting. It will be noted as such. There are 5 points that the Mangaung and St. Lake standalone 2023-2024 annual reports and annual financial statements be noted. That Mangaung and St. Lake standalone 2023-24 audit reports as presented by AG be noted. That the consolidated Mangaung 2023-2024 annual report and annual financial statements be noted. That the Mangaung consolidated audit report as presented by the AG be noted. That the presented audit reports by Auditor General will be incorporated in the annual reports. That refer the above reports to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee that will process the said reports and develop the oversight report and thereon advise Council accordingly. The report is noted as such. May I now proceed to item 2, Risk Management Committee, first by annual report 2024-25 financial year. Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and hopefully I'm allowed to ask questions now. I want to, first of all, the Freedom Front Plus wants to thank the Risk Management Committee for the first biannual report for 2024-2025 financial year. My first question refers to page 2. And I'm going to quote, "Directorates are still not adequately reporting on the impact of the mitigation strategies implemented." The question is, which directorates failed to report and why? On page 3, appointment of service providers for debt collection. What is the current situation on service providers appointed to collect the Metro's outstanding debts? At this very moment, are there appointed service providers? How many? Still on page 3, and I see Councillor Kotze is not here now, but I know he would have also asked these questions. On ICT status, have the measures been put in place to improve threat detection and defense? For example, like referred to in the report, upgrading service storage, firewall, cyber awareness, and the appointment of the ICT steering committee. Then the most frightening in this report, water risks. 49.85% water losses are due to aging infrastructure. And we referred to that in the previous item as well. This is identified as a risk. What is the Metro doing about this problem? Laastens wil ek die stadsbestuurder se aandag deur u speaker vestig op aanbeveling 3.4.1 op bladsy 4. Het die stadsbestuurder of gaan hy forward letters of non-compliance to HODs where mitigation strategies are not implemented? Gaan die stadsbestuurder dit inderdaad doen? En ek sien hy luister nie vir my nie, so ek gaan dit herhaal. Will the city manager forward letters of non-compliance to HODs where mitigation strategies are not implemented? Dankie, agbare speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. On this item of risk, I have some few points. One of the points is on the report where it is referring to indigent registration, where it is saying the city is not capacitated to handle the workload. But somewhere in the report, there is somewhere where it is complaining about the law firm, to say the law firm needs to, on those points from A to D, where it says on top 3.4.3, where it says committee is concerned with law firm that the law firm needs to confirm the money that they received and all other matters that they've raised in all those 4 points. So I'm saying we seems to be not getting anywhere with all these issues. We appoint a firm, but at the same time, we also have some issues that needs to be clarified with regard to those firms. While earlier on, I don't know whether am I in order, there was a time when we proposed that maybe if this job can also be made easy by what committees to be able to help us to verify certain information that we wanted to do with regard to indigent. Remember the earlier allegation was that I made an allegation to say some of the people that are in the indigent register, they don't qualify. And some that qualify have not been able to be included because of budget constraints of the municipality. Now, we also said that I'm also concerned that there is also a letter that was sent out to debtors, but there is a statement just after that statement that says letters of demands are in the process of being sent out. Now it shows that there is something that is not adding up here. There is a lack of mobility.
Go ahead, Councillor De Beer.
Yes, Speaker. I think something is very strange for us. We don't know about what committees here, because they're now what? We don't know what committees. Sorry.
Councillor Kruger. Councillor Kruger, I think you must invite Councillor De Bruin to a ward committee meeting because you are the chairperson of the ward committee. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker. I will be happy if she can invite me, because let me just go and observe as a PR councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Proceed, Councillor Mongale.
I received the shock of my life. But Councillor De Bruin has put me at ease with the statement. Look, there is also the issue of the report on that one, Yakaluena Mayor, cyber attack. The report on the cyber attack, I'm not interested whether it is finalized or not finalized. What I'm crying about is these 22 compliance steps that seems not to have been done in terms of the Protection of Personal Information Act. Or maybe it has been mitigated by the action plan. But those steps were necessary, and someone needed to do that particular job. And I'm worried if officials are not doing what they are supposed to do, because now we'll end up being in trouble as the council after this lesson that Auditor General gave us. Now, when we look at 3.3.6 status of municipal building, there it is also reported that there were some There were some notices that were issued by the Department of Labor showing that the buildings were not in good condition. But there is also a report that says those notices have been revoked. It means something has been done, which is a progress. We appreciate it. We appreciate when there is an intervention. We are happy about it, and that is why we are here. We are here not to judge people, but to play oversight. When something is being done correct, we appreciate it, and we clap our hands for it. And then on the issue of external, the job that the corrections have been done externally, but internally there was not much that has been done, is still delayed. It's a worry, and we hope that in the next sitting of the council, this matter would have been reported as completed, not with the same story like, you know, that one that I used to complain about. Then the technical report on water, this one is sensitive. We know that the norm is 25%, that with all our best effort of trying to close all leakages, we can only be allowed 25% leakages. But in this particular case, we are at a level where it is 49.85. I think even 49.85, someone was trying to be scientific. It's 50%. It's 50% of water that goes to waste. And Mangaung has to pay Blue Water after that.
Thank you,
And
Councillor.
it's unacceptable.
Your time has come.
The
to an
last
end.
one is on the one of I've been raising, the one where I sounded like a scratch CD, the one of diesel, the 100 million, or that was said by acting CFO, Mr. CDT. But here in the document, it appears as if it's not 100 million, it's 500 million. No, 500,000. Now I'm saying between Mr. CDT and whoever gave the report, one has doctored the report. Now, in this particular case, for us to reach finality on this matter, Mr. CDT must be found so that he must come and give his side of story, so, because he was a CFO, and we have no reason to believe that he had an intention to mislead the council.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Councillor Lichoku.
Kya leboa Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, batho ba Mangaung, ke le dumedise kasheko. This report from the committee, it's for noting. However, I need to punch some few things or to deal with some few things. And also, as we are on Facebook, we also need to make sure that our community out there, they understand where are we from in terms of dealing with the item. Because it is difficult to move if you do not understand the purpose of the committee and this report. But it will tell you that the purpose of this report is to present to the council the activities and performance of the Risk Management Committee for the first biannual of 2024-2025 financial year. That will be the first point. In other words, that the committee, what it's been doing till to date. Now, it has interrogated different reports, about 8 reports that he had to deal with in that time. But we needed to talk to issue of the ITC status. Because in the report, we've been crying about the issue of the ICT. The ICT unit reported that the investigation is on the cyber attack is still ongoing. And the conclusive report is not yet available. It is further indicated that the efforts to improve the threat detection and defense are being made by putting measures such as upgrading of the server storage, firewalls, cyber awareness, and appointment of an ICT steering committee, amongst others. These are things that the committee has done. And also, the issue of there's been always the allegation of the diesel that was missing somewhere between Botshabelo and Bloemfontein. To my recollection, it is about 500,000. But at least for now, the committee has dig into that, has zoomed into that, and they were able to explain to us by anti-fraud and corruption unit that reported that upon the investigation, it was found that the diesel worth of 458,514.60 cents was purchased, not 500,000. However, not getting into deep to that, we still have, on that, we still have about 24,888 missing. So that's what we are saying, that the investigation should go on. For that has been said, we thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the committee for the work done. Really, there's a progress since the committee is being appointed. I thank you.
Autsi Ward 5, Councillor Lisho.
Ke tswa Ward 5.
Ke ngo sa qala ka ho dumedisa batho ba Ward 5. Le di vidi tsa bona. Batho ba tshwantseng ho generalize mona ke di PR. No, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the Council, and the community of Mangaung. As part of Section 80 Committee on IDP and Performance, I confirm that we recently convened to assess the work of the Risk Management Committee. After thorough deliberations, we are pleased that the committee has demonstrated commendable dedication in fulfilling its mandate. Their work has been conducted in accordance with their terms of reference, ensuring that the risk affecting governance, service delivery, and institutional performance are identified and addressed. We extend our sincere appreciation and congratulations to the Risk Management Committee for their diligence and commitment. Their efforts played a crucial role in strengthening accountability, transparency, and overall municipal performance. However, while the committee has successfully executed its responsibilities, risk management cannot rest solely on their shoulders. It is imperative that management, particularly the city manager and heads of departments, take full responsibility for managing risk within their respective area of operation. Risk management is not just a compliance requirement, but a fundamental leadership duty. Every department must actively implement the recommendation provided by the Risk Management Committee to ensure that the risks are effectively mitigated. As a council, we have a duty to ensure that risk management is not seen as an administrative exercise, but as a strategic tool that enhances service delivery, protect municipal resources, and strengthen public trust. We must hold management accountable for embedding risk management into their daily operations and ensuring that corrective actions are taken where necessary. Moving forward, we must all work together, council, management, and the Risk Management Committee, to create a culture where risks are proactively identified and managed, rather than waiting for crisis to occur. By doing so, we will not only safeguard our institution, but also improve service delivery to our community. as I conclude, Speaker, let us continue to support and strengthen the work of the Risk Management Committee while ensuring that the management remains committed to implement their recommendation. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. This brings us to the end of the debate on this item. This item is only brought to the attention of this House for noting. Executive Mayor, do you want to conclude?
No, there were, thank you, Speaker. There were a number of issues that were raised that are related to questions and on the issues that were tabled. One critical question came from Prof. Councillor on the issue of collection. Where are we? And I must indicate that all the processes are concluded, Prof. What we did with regard to collection, we unbundled it. Remember, in the past, it was just one package to one company, and we realized that in one area, when the company has made money, it may not attend to other areas. So we've decided that it must be spread along a number of companies. What I would bring before you would be how many companies in what competency, but collection of residential units is separate from collection from business, is separate. It's also separate from collection of rental stock. So that, and the issue of collection from government, we have decided that it must be government to government because the amount of money that we lose is a lot there. If the government is owing us 1.8 billion rent and somebody collects 600 million rent, that person has already got 60 million rent, per that collection. Would you expect that person to do some other collections? Can't be. We'd rather go to Dubai. Mr. Mungalo, Councillor Mungalo, on the issue of the 49% of water losses, I think that is a problem that we have committed the officials to look into it. I think you probably might be driving like some of us in the township, and I'm sure we have seen there's not much water. I'm talking about township, let alone town. We do have spillages here and there, but the amount of spillages would by far surpass and reduce the percentage. But if you look, we're at 48% the last financial year, we are now at 49% plus. And I must allude to say the non-revenue water is what we have now instructed the officials to look at. It relates to mainly informal settlement, where our people are literally living the same way as anybody else with a bulk of water utilized in the area unaccounted for. So our non-revenue water is literally not leaks as they may be alluded to. It is literally that water is profitably utilized but not accounted and paid for. So we need to begin to address that aspect, and we are on it. Added to that is the ownership of properties in localities, particularly Busabelo and Tabanchu in the May, that are not accountable to even those that are dwelling in them. So, but it's an issue that we have identified to say, where does the 49% come from in the May? We are trying to reduce, at least if we can reach 25%, I'm sure we'll be doing well at that point. Now, there is this issue, colleagues, of the monies that when I came to this council, they were raised. First, I want to separate what Mr. Mungale raised, and it probably may relate to the 100 million that we sometimes talk to. No, these are separate matters. But I want to talk to that 100 million, the 300 million as a speaker, and the 196 million that when I came to this council, there were those figures that would be thrown. The 100 million has disappeared, and then the 300 million that was given by the Minister of Human Settlement has also disappeared, and the 196 that came from the province disappeared. I must indicate that the current CFO, through his knowledge economy, has managed to trace all these monies. And in the next council, Speaker, I think I should account, but the long and short is that the monies never disappeared. The money went back to where they were coming from, except the 196 that was utilized. At the point when she arrived at the answer, I think of the 196, there was 55 or 54 million that still have to be used on the Vista Park side. But the 100 million and the 300 million, those monies went back to Treasury. But the problem was that even though the money was given to us by human settlement, but the money came from Treasury. And when the money was not utilized, the money went back to Treasury, but there was no accountability between Treasury and human settlement and the Metro. So all the other CFOs and the municipal managers that we had could not trace the money, and they ended up giving the impression to the council that the money disappeared, when in actual fact the money went back to where it was coming from. But I'll give a proper account on that one. I'll give a proper account on that one, and it will actually explain itself to say we create sometimes out of either the officials we have, either or the impression we sometimes create, tend to be in logized on systems that may not be accountable to one another. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. This brings us to the end of the debate on this item. This item was only brought for noting, and it is duly noted. May we now proceed to item 3 and 4, which is one item. I only have 3 speakers there. No, I have 4 speakers. Deputy Mayor, you'll be followed by Councillor Machacha Misa, Councillor Ramatama, Councillor Mungale, and lastly, Councillor Dikok.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. No, Honorable Speaker, the SDBRPs enables the council and the community to monitor the performance of the municipality as each activity contain outputs, targets, and timeframes and spending of the budget. The SDBIP is yet another step forward to realize the principle of democratic and accountable local government as enshrined in Section 152A of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Although the performance of these 2 reports, Quarter 2, Section 52D, and midterm, Section 72, are averaging between 60% to 65%, more efforts are still needed to actually see the performance on the ground. These reports include the financial reports are reflecting the same performance when comparing the OPEX spending and the CAPEX spending. And the committee speaker was really indicating in this report that city manager with your team, can you please focus on the CAPEX? Because the report is mostly reflect the performance on the OPEX. I still encourage this council to work together with the administration to improve the challenges that are still a threat to our city. I therefore move for the adoption of these 2 reports as tabled by the executive mayor, speaker, and say, honorable councillors, in your different Section 80, when there are reports that are coming in your Section 80, can you please deliberate in details those reports? Because immediately you deliberate on those reports are consolidated and made the SDBIP. If we are not seeing the problems in those reports as the oversight committees of Section 80, and you believe that the Section 8 of performance will do marvelous and making sure that we'll detect. The detections must start in your different Section 80. Let's work together to improve the performance of this institution. It's not only lied only in one committee of performance and also the Committee of Public Accounts, but all of us as this Council of Mangaung, we are responsible to make sure that we deal with the issues in our respective committees. When we bring the report here, we bring the report that we know that we owe as different departments, that we deliberated more in those reports, because most of these reports, you can check Honorable Speaker, the performance of the departments. Others, they went up, others, they went down. But there are reasons, as we are dealing with the session of working together with the different departments, to assess them, to hear what exactly wrong for making them not perform according to the standard as we are in the second term, because there is a norm percentage in terms of the second term where we're supposed to be in the second term, even in terms of the spending of the budget. Because you heard what is the AG said, that there's certain monies that are still in the risk that it might be go, others they went. But we are saying as the committee, we are tired of the money that have to go while all of us were responsible in our different Section 80. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, DM Councillor Machacha Misa. O ka qala ka o bitsa di-vidi tsa hao, o ba dumedise kaofela di-vidi tseo.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker, Majoro Sebaka, Deputy Mayor, my Chief Whip and Chief of the Council, Baahi ba Ward 3, ba re beile mona, ba tlo re beha mona hape. Honorable Councillors. No, this service delivery and budget implementation plan for 2024-2025 is within the council midterm of the implementation of the current 5-year IDP. This means that as this council, we need to reflect on the achievement and impediments that will see our council term come to an end with no results to show. As we table the Section 52 and Section 72 report, which clearly display that the plans that the city had put for themselves are partially being realized despite the challenges that our city is facing. However, the lack of implementation on the capital budget is clearly demonstrated in this report, and it should not be tolerated. The Auditor General report has indicated that amongst other issues is that we're spending more on the budget compared to the actual performance of the project. It is important that this council must enforce consequence management on non-performance of the project, which affect the community that we represent. As this council, we must make effort to provide professional, reliable, and environmental friendly service to our community. This means that together with the administration, our community must join hands to make our city to be at the heart of it all. In closing, I support the item and presented by the Mayor as Lebowe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machacha Misa. Councillor Ramatlama.
No, thank you very much, Speaker.
Ke motho wa PR, wa generalize. Hana constituency.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to address this House. We also take this moment to greet residents of Mangaung, Len Tukakakaretso, Rehapuhapu, Yamathlono, Selemo Sesecha. Before we delve into the Section 52 and 72 reports, we wish to acknowledge the commendable work ethic and vision exhibited by the Deputy Mayor, Melula Matiti, in the recent Section 80 Committee of IDP and performance discussions. If she can maintain this level of consistency, this city will undoubtedly thrive once again. For the first time in the history of this municipality, we have been offered a platform to engage the MMCs and their HODs to analyze these two reports. This initiative aimed to uncover the challenges faced by the political heads of directorates and their administrative teams. It was indeed an enlightening experience, Honorable Speaker. However, many may not receive this news well, as it implies that we will be required to verify the optimistic reports we often see on paper on the ground regularly. Through you, Chair, Mayor, as the EFF caucus, we scrutinize these reports and we have come to a sobering conclusion that if issues below are not addressed, you might as well resign today. 1, lack of proper monitoring. This is a significant contributor to excessive overtime. Please, Mayor, people are merely filling seats while others are left unmonitored. 2, inadequate maintenance. Our failure to properly manage our limited resources forces the municipality to outsource nearly every service. We must interrogate who stand to benefit if we always outsource services. 3, inadequate human resource. Reducing a directorate, Honorable Mayor, to a scheme sum set up with everyone acting in different roles will yield nothing of value. Young people of Mangaung are in need of jobs. Let's fill in positions. 4, Speaker, underspending of directorates. This continues to be a considerable challenge. Many are lacking the will to utilize their allocated ISPG and USDG funds. The solution is simple, Honorable Mayor. If we cannot spend the money meant to uplift the citizens of Mangaung, then there's only one option. People batame bahate kosini. 5, which is the last one, consequence management. The municipality received a forensic report regarding the misappropriation of taxpayers' money linked to the Hauwem project. Yet those responsible remain unpunished while they continue to recycle pleasing phrases rather than addressing the matter. 2, excessive overtime is not a reflective of the true circumstances on the ground, Honorable Mayor. Ntate Nthatisi, I request your attention as a community. We cannot afford to be complacent. Now, for the sake of time, Speaker, we will address the KPIs of 1 or 2 directories. Technical services led by Councillor Vusi Sokaka and HOD Masobe are performing adequately with their key points reports aligning well with on-the-ground realities. However, Honorable Vusi, we must condemn the overspending in this directorate. Additionally, 100% reliance on outsourcing suggests we are missing an opportunity for local employment. It is imperative that we work towards 75% target on our first quarter and maybe 50% in the second quarter, as the young people in Mangaung are educated and eager to get sustainable jobs. Councillor Vusi, let's ensure that we prioritize residents of Mangaung. Let's avoid the mistake that happened during festive season, where you missed an opportunity of going to holidays because we prioritize people from other provinces. So let's take that into consideration. Community services led by Councillor Ntabise Jonas and HOD Dr. Tinda. KPIs have shown disappointing progress, with a slight increase from 45% in the first quarter to 47%. This reflects stagnation, Councillor Ntabise, rather than movement Oyampi. It is concerning to note that all managerial positions in your directorates are acting positions, which inevitably leads to creative but misleading compilation of reports. Why I'm saying that? We must highlight the lack of refuse in informal settlements, claiming that 97% of 53 is accurate is simply untrue. How can we justify I'm lost, eh? I've realized I'm lost. I spare you, Councillor Ntabise. Let me go to Councillor quickly to my favorite MMC, Councillor Ntombi, yes, you know. Let's go to Councillor Ntombi Nshapo and HOD Chakani. You know, I'm the first one to praise them, Ukuti. They are very young and energetic. So I'm now criticizing them. HOD, it has, your directorate has declined when we check your KPIs from 60% to 39%. This is a regression. It's unsurprising though, given the serious issues surrounding Vista Park 1, Vista Park 2, as well as Botshabelo Industrial Park. We do understand why. The singular request we made as the EFF to prioritize informal settlements has been blatantly ignored, demonstrating a severe disregard for our constituency needs. Instead, our leaders prioritize the deceased by allocating 6.5 million to fence a graveyard that is closed by the name of South Park, while countless living individuals are lacking basic housing. Honorable Speaker, in closing, thank you.
And then the following performance is 48%, which is a drop of 4%, which is not acceptable because if you remember last time we were told that the departments are unable to perform because there is a shortage of staff. Second, we were told that the HODs have not yet been appointed. They've been appointed, we're expecting an upward spiral of performance. We are not expecting excuses because the very reason why there was underperformance, there was a good excuse that was always given that we have not yet filled the senior management positions. You'll remember what I'm saying. You look at planning, economic and rural development and human settlement, their last performance was 60%. Now they have dropped to 59%, which is also unacceptable, given the fact that those departments have now appointed HODs. And then city performance overview on page 4, it says the performance out of 130, out of 139, they performed 130, which is 60%, but it indicates a decrease of 1%. Where we are, 1% seems like a small number. But when we look at the details of that 1%, you'll realize that it is a serious failure on the side of servicing our people, that we said that we are going to be saving them, and that we said we love them, and that we committed in terms of our respective manifestos, that we are going to serve them. Now, when you look at the second document, you look at the way it is dealing with also the performance there, you see that there are some improvements in certain departments. When you look at the department of, in the office of city manager, there is performance, and also the project management office, there is performance. There is an improvement. For example, in the city manager's office, they improved from 64% to 100%. The question is whether is it true that it's 100%? But on paper it says 100%. Now we can't argue with the paper unless we brought something different. Now project management office, it's a new office, but it's already performing at 67%, which is a good performance. Now technical service was performing at 55, now he has improved to 86%, which is an improvement. We say it's okay, we give you a thumbs up. But on the one of corporate service, from 47 to 46, it means something is not happening in the corporate service. people have dropped the ball and now they are no more performing to the expected standard. Remember, our excuse was shortage of staff on senior managers. Now they have been filled, we are expecting performance. When we look at finances, there is a challenge there from 57% in the last quarter to now, which is 48. It is a serious drop of about 9%, which is unacceptable. The same goes with community service and Centlec. Now, there are certain departments that can underperform. But when you see Centlec underperform, you must know there is a problem in Mangaung. Because we used to get Centlec as a model of performance for all other departments. When there is a drop there, it means something is not right, something is not going right with the institution, and something needs to be done to correct that wrong. And then the same goes with performance. On the next page, it shows that the overall performance of the city, it has improved from 58% to 65%. We say it's fine.
As you conclude.
Oh, yo, so quickly. Okay. As I conclude, I'll go to this page that I will need the speaker to help me on. I think here you need to help me because I need to be assisted on the performance, on the document that is written, item 4. The document that is written, section 72 report for period 1st July, and that goes off SDBIP 2024 to 2025. When you look at page 15 of it, there is something that is not right with that page 15. At the beginning of that document, I don't know whether have you find it. Majoro Ifumanake. At the beginning of it, it shows that the project that were earmarked were not done. It says none, none, none. And then when you look at the last quarter, on the scoring part, per KPI, it starts to give people twos. We don't know two for what when it's none, when nothing was done. None, means there was no performance. Now, when you give someone two, you say partly achieved. It means you are saying, no, the person performed even though he did nothing. It's a new English. You did nothing, but you performed. Maybe you are rewarded for coming to work on time, even though you did nothing. You must check it on page 15. It needs to be corrected, whether maybe it's a typo. All those marks should have gone to 1. Or if it's not a typo, someone must account whether was there someone who wanted to mislead the council or mislead the mayor with this report, because this thing is very serious and it needs to be corrected. I wanted to take you to the page for that particular purpose. I rest my case. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor de Kock.
Our residents don't have water. Can anybody, through you, Speaker, please, the city manager, mayor, HOD, please provide us with answers for our residents? They don't have water. Frail care centers, nurseries, schools don't have water. Please, can we get answers on that? On my speech. Thank you to the IDP committee for the opportunity we had to clarify certain matters with HODs before tabling this report. But the truth is, however, progress in almost all departments has been lacking, with the exception of Centlec, which have shown some visible results. However, even Centlec's progress is concerning. Why is it then that areas like Bloemdal Ferreira, Beinsvlei, Bloemspruit and Hilton Hamilton, where a great section of our businesses are, continue to experience lengthy power outages weekly and are plagued by vandalism and theft without a budget to address the matter. Only 45% of key service delivery targets were achieved, while 111% of the budget was spent. Technical services, the heart of service delivery for our residents, has only shown a 4% growth in performance. This is unacceptable, as it directly affects our rate-paying residents. Finance has regressed, as have planning, economic and rural development, and human settlements. And while the Office of the City Manager has achieved a 100% score, we are still waiting for answers on our Rule 38 questions, letters, and emails. The main causes of this lack of progress are clear: staff vacancies, budget restraints, aging infrastructure, inadequate maintenance budget, and lengthy supply chain processes. These are not new challenges, but they continue to hinder our progress. And at the heart of it all is the issue of staff shortages, largely due to an unfinalized microstructure. It's astounding that as we are heading into the 2026 elections, we are still not having a microstructure in place. Community services are suffering due to staff shortages, too few tools of trade, and a fuel contractor that cannot deliver on its promises. This raises serious questions about our procurement processes. Overtime is once again out of control. Landfill sites are unsafe, and a serious question mark hangs over our security services, which cost us millions monthly. We need to address the issue of water meters in technical services, which remain a significant problem. Then, 15 wastewater treatment works are not safeguarded or maintained. This metro is putting the health of our residents and the environment in danger. The Finance Department must take responsibility for the lack of revenue collection, which has been lacking for years. Our residents are suffering as a result. We need to find a way to make it easier for residents to pay their dues. 456 million in revenue lost due to accounts not prepared for service charges. Unacceptable. We cannot seriously make ourselves guilty of irregular, fruitless and wasteful, unauthorized expenditures to an amount of 2.54 million due to interest paid on outstanding creditors' accounts. Indigency registration is another area that requires urgent attention. Holriggery. Why must residents wait years to be approved on this register? We need to fast-track this process and ensure that it gets the effort it deserves. And we need to stop penalizing our residents over December for processes that are not in their control. Meter readings should be done every month of every year and billed accordingly. Residents cannot pay the higher tariff due to this department's lack of staff and resources. It's time for us to take a hard look at our service delivery and budget implementation plan and make some serious changes. Our residents deserve better, and it's our responsibility as councillors to ensure that they receive the services they pay for. Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to the
Point of order. Yes, Speaker.
Go ahead.
You know, Speaker, is very heartbroken to see how many times did I beg you all and your officers to give us straight-off tools. Now today, we have a lot of problems in our community, and we can't participate in this council today because this agenda, hard copies, came yesterday, late. That's how we can't even work on this. So, Speaker, just take note. You can, please protect me, Speaker. Please protect
All right,
me.
Councillor De Bruin.
Protect me,
Please
Speaker.
sit down. Councillor Ramatlam.
Speaker, this is the problem of sending all stoppies to the council. This is a problem. These are the ramifications of having grandfathers in the council. We're wasting our time, and we're hungry.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker, I want you must protect me. Let that man,
No, Councillor,
let that man
there's a
withdraw
point-
what he
there's a-
said now. Because it's look, I'm married with his mother.
There's-
Please, just let him withdraw.
There's a point of order here, Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure if it's a point of order, but I want you to ask Councillor De Bruin to put his hand up, draw an item, make a speech, and not do this, what he just did. Thank you.
Speaker, sorry. This look like Councillor Snyman don't understand what I said. How can I make and draw up and make a speech when I get these documents last night? So I'm asking you.
Okay,
And then we don't even have trade of tools to
Councillor
prepare
Malema.
ourselves for this council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, some of us, when our Speaker, Harry Morona, we go back and report to our principals. It can't be that we come here, Ritlile Mosebetsing, and be subjected to this. This is not right at all. We have a way, as councillors in this house, unless I'm going to be told something else in next side's bay. Can please councillor akabe semgceni, please. It can't be correct every time he does this. This is not right, Speaker. And ke o kopile ha ne ke qala mona to say, please nceda indlu yakho. Please, Speaker. It can't be.
Councillor Denner.
Speaker, we all got the documents last night, and every party is able to speak today and make speeches and got questions. So, to Councillor De Bruin, we do it during the night hours.
Thank you, Councillor De Bruin. Your point of order is dismissed. This brings us to the end of the debate. I'm going to allow the executive mayor to reply to questions raised just before we can conclude the matter.
No, thank you
Executive
very
Mayor.
much. Thank you very much, Speaker. The havoc was as a result of trade of tools. It was supposed to be the other way around. Tools of trade. But you could make sense of what the gentleman was saying, the councillor. So please, let's not make fun out of it. EFF has already alluded to his age, which I don't know how does it come in. But let me, Speaker, let me indicate that what I love most is when political parties do not only come here and score points, but they go all out to interact with the office of the mayor and therefore the officials and tend to know the gist of what we are faced with. So I'm going to start with the Freedom Front Plus. I had an intense meeting with the Freedom Front. They visited my office. They requested to deal with the issue of water. We sat down, and after that, we felt they have what they called a speaker, an expert. So I had to call a government expert to interact with them. And after that meeting, we were all thrilled by the knowledge that was splashed before us and the understanding of what bedeviled the water in Mangaung in particular. And I think that explanation warranted that we should actually begin to confront our communities about the crisis the Metro is facing, which, if I may summarize it, Speaker, it had little to do with the activities of the Metro now, either or the activities of anybody except one natural condition that we are subjected to, the position that we find ourselves as a Metro, and the resources that we have that must feed us with water, from the dams that we have to the sources of water that we must get. So the engineers went to town with that. Now, I'm a bit perplexed that after that intense discussion, the same party comes to the council and still howl and heckle around the issues of water. It really surprises me. It means that discussion was not done in good faith, Councillor Mungal. We sat down, we brought all the teams, the professionals themselves shook hands in understanding what the problem is. We finish, we come here, we now come and talk a different language again. The reality is the water crisis is a crisis that is there. But I went further, Speaker, to report to say, because of that problem, I went as far as reaching out to national with the understanding that the outstanding project that I was not even part of, which I'm now part of bringing water from Harib, must be financed so that we should have extra source to alleviate the problems that we are faced, and also interacting with the University of the Free State, because they've done a study that Councillor MMC Vos was talking about, where we can extract and get water from the ground. So those are some of the modalities that we are putting in place. So when we talk here, and the cameras are with us, and we are on Facebook, and then we give a feeder that might cause havoc in communities, it doesn't help. I think what we need to really come to terms with is that when it comes to issues of water in particular, we are disadvantaged as a Metro. We don't have sources. We must have money. We must create more dams if we can. We must bring that pipe if we can. We are close to the city. If we can, we must have money to bring water. But that money will come from heaven. It's not going to be possible. It's not there. It's just that we are in a very precarious condition. It is the place that we have chosen to live in that really create a problem that we are facing. I've alluded, Chairperson, I don't know what that mic is all about, because it's really messing up the mic that I'm dealing with here. We have alluded, Chairperson, to the fact that when I was answering Tate Mongala, I was saying some of the water that we are utilizing, it may be non-revenue water, yes, because we can't account for it, but it is going to good use. At the end of the day, it is servicing even those communities that we are accountable to. The people in those shacks, the people in those squatter camps, they must also, water is life, they must have water. The communities of our area are growing on a daily basis. The patterns of how water was distributed in this town was also not in consideration of the existence of the majority. Velbedrag Dam was meant to service all the black townships. Musselsport was meant to service the white area that side. Every community is growing. Water is getting depleted. Now that one, it's a natural factor that we cannot avoid, coupled with our difficult past and historical factors that are there. There was never a plan in the past that meant to say we are planning futuristic so that water must be in Galore. Only Harib Dam was the only one that could speak to the crisis that we're facing. So I think once and for all, our communities must understand that the Metro is doing the best it can to access the resources from national to provide that water. I don't know, is that point of order or a point of... I'll help you.
Is it a point of order with clarity?
Thank you for offering your help. Maybe I should help you. You see, you're new here. Through you, Honourable Speaker, We've been dealing with this water issue for the past 2 decades. We've been warning you and say, get your ducks in a row, we're going to run into trouble. And you just neglect it. So Speaker, don't come here and now trying to sell us that this is a new problem. It's not a new problem. You fluffed for 2 decades.
Councillor Lotrid, that's not a point of order.
No, I love these emotions.
I will pretend I did not hear you.
Yeah. I will also pretend I did not hear him, Speaker. I want to deal
Thank
with,
you, I think you did hear.
No, I want to deal with the issues that were raised by EFF. You know what? One observation that I must make, EFF, is that our speaker, our councillor, at the point when you were doing announcement, you were proudly quoting Nelson Mandela. I was proud of you. And proud in a sense that Mandela belongs to the ANC, and you were able to say, because your lack of heroes and heroines, so you must revert to, the reality. So that was a good one. And for that, I appreciate. The second thing that I appreciate of you is that you are able to say, for the first time, you are actually throwing your hands in the air. For the first time, we are given the opportunity to interact with the processes, and we want to thank the Deputy Mayor. It's a good thing. But the fact that it's the first time, it actually gives us solace to say, at least we are unbundling things to let people to begin to know what they should do.
As you conclude, Executive Mayor.
But what is your first time? It's not devoid from his historical background to say the problem of water has been there. The issues that we are dealing with in this council, like you said, I'm new. I found you fiddling with them. I found you fiddling with them. I'm merely creating an enabling environment so that you must add value. Now, when you stand up there and then hail, I wouldn't call them insult, wanting statement, I love it, because at least I take that resonate to say, at long last, I'm beginning to let councillors to address real issues. So for that, I appreciate what you said. I wouldn't, it's just that the speaker says, as I conclude, but I would have gone to town to deal with the issues that we have raised. But that being said, I'm happy that we shall then together in those committees and the processes that are introduced along the way, begin to interact with real issues and actually keep us to account. And we are prepared to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, this brings us to the end of the debate.
Speaker, point of order.
No, councillors, please, can I wrap up the discussion, please? I will allow you. There was a request, HOD Masuben, can you please follow up and provide an update on the state of water shortage in some parts of the CBD? I know that other areas there's been a consistent update. So if you can do that, there was a request here. If you can liaise with Tate Kondile. I'm not sure whether have you done that whilst we were still busy in a meeting, indicating the turnaround time within which that problem would have been fixed. But if you have not done that, please do so. Councillors, these items, we have exhausted discussion. The item is for both approval and noting. Now, I am going to ask you to vote on the item. May I now see hands of those in favor of the item? The item 3 and 4, the first part A says council approve the MFMA section, and then the next part says that council take note that the report will be published. So can I see hands of those who are in favor of the approval of the item? Thank you. Any abstentions? Those against? Thank you. The items will be carried as they are. Those in favor is 53, abstentions is 11, those are against is 5. Can I now move to the next item? The next item.
Can I just? Speaker, I just want to acknowledge what the Freedom Front sent me. I think their cry is that currently, as we speak, there's water crisis in some other parts of the city. And maybe my direct answer would be, there is that part that we are trying to ration, as you are asking HOD Masubin, to try and make sure that our reservoir are equitably receiving water so that all parts of the metro must get water. But I think what I should ask the councillors to do, those that are heavenly, just pray so that there must be rain, if that would help, you know.
No, that's noted. Item 5, 6, 7, and 9 is one item. I'm going to take this item and immediately after that, the discussion will break for lunch. I've been very liberal with time because councillors tend to be off tangent and discuss things that are not related to the item. So that's why we are taking this long. But I will only take the discussion on this item, break for lunch for 30 minutes, and then come back and conclude the business of the day. Unless councillors say, let's conclude the business of the day, because the items combined, all in all, the remaining items are 6. It's item 5, 6, 7, and 9, that will be one item. And then item 8, it will be the second item. Item 10 will be the third item. Item 11 will be the fourth item. And then it will be the next item on reports from the speaker, which will be the fifth item. And the report under in-committee reports will be the sixth item. So in total, we have 6 items. I can take one item now, which is 4 combined items, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Then we break for lunch and then we come back. If you are agreed, let me note the following speakers. Councillor Verveer and Councillor Kruger, Councillor Mungale and Councillor Dipale, you are all on the 4 combined items, 7, 9, 5, and 6. Thank you in that order.
Honourable Speaker and all protocols observed. The Freedom Fund Plus is asking the following clarity-seeking questions about the monthly financial reports for October, November and December 2024. Capital expenditure. Why did the Department of Corporate Services only spend over 3 million rand of their approved budget of over 39 million rand, being only 8.12% by the end of December 2024? How can it be that none of the 1 million rand allocated to ICT security was spent by the end of December, while this is still one of the risk factors that need urgent attention? Why did the Department of Community Service only spend 14.7 million rand of their capital budget of 274 million rand by the end of December, being only 5.37% of the capital budget. Will the northern landfill sites ever be rehabilitated if only 3.8 million rands of the allocated budget of 38.5 million rand, being only 10.05%, was spent by the end of December, and none of the allocated 4.7 million rands was spent for the development of the new landfill site? Why did the Department of Planning only spend 15.5 million rand of its capital budget of 57 million rand, only 72.2% by the end of December? Why did the Department of Roads and Stormwater only spend 10.9 million rand of their capital budget of 108 million rand, being 10.09% by the end of December? Traffic intersections are of a great concern to our citizens, yet none of the allowed funds of 6.8 million rand was spent by the end of December. Why? None of the allocated funds of almost 900,000 rand allocated to San du Plessis Road and Estuar was spent by the end of December. Why? Why did the Department of Public Safety spend just over 55,000 rand of the allocated budget of 21 million rand, being only 0.26% by the end of December? Executive Mayor, through you, Honourable Speaker, is the reason for the underspending of our capital budget because of poor management, or is there just no funds? Then we get to operational expenditure. How can it be that the operational expenditure on the water already stands at over 812 million rands, while the budget makes provision for this expenditure of 768 million rands for the whole financial year? This means that we already overspent on this expenditure by over 44 million rand by the end of December. How will the Metro explain this unauthorized expenditure to the Auditor General by the end of this financial year? Should it also not be of a great concern that waste management already spent 61.85% and technical service 61.77%, sanitation 65.74%, and Centlec 62.15% of the operational budget by December 2024. And then on the mid-term budget performance assessment report for 2024-25 financial year, the revenue variances. It is not clear that the projected revenue on electricity, wastewater management and solid waste management was inflated in the budget, seeing that there is an unfavorable revenue variance of over 270 million rand in electricity charges, 19 million rand in wastewater, and 3.8 million rand on solid waste. Overtime. Why was unauthorized overtime, spending on overtime of over 62 million rand yet again allowed, resulting in overtime payments of a total amount of 106 million rand in the first 2 quarters of the financial year? Why was the overspending on overtime allowed in the Office of the Executive Mayor of over 1.5 million rand? Corporate services in the amount of over 3.2 million rand, community service in the amount of over 17 million rand, technical service in over 10 million rand, and public safety in the amount of over 17 million rand. Honourable Mayor, through you, Honourable Speaker, can the Freedom Front Plus assume that the ANC-led government has no political will to reduce this overspending on overtime? Will you agree, Honourable Mayor, that the Executive, City Manager and the heads of departments have now officially lost control over the workforce of the Metro? Will recommendation 4.1.1 of the Audit and Performance Committee be implemented with regards to overtime, and if so, when? Capital expenditure. Why did we yet again only spend just over 305 million rand of our budgeted capital expenditure in the first 2 quarters, being only 22.82% of the approved budget of 1.3 billion rand for the financial year? How will service delivery in the Metro ever be resolved if community services only spend 5.46%, planning only 23%, human settlements only 2.69%, technical service only 34.54%, water only 39%, and public safety only 0.29% of their capital budgets in the first 2 quarters of the financial year? Is the project management unit fulfilling its mandate to oversee the capital projects? Is the underspending of our capital budget due to poor management or due to the lack of funds? Risk factors. What measures will be taken to reduce our water losses, standing at 49% in the first two quarters? What debt collection measures will be taken so that current accounts of consumers are paid on time, seeing that the Metro has debtors book of over 11 billion rand and 84% of this debtors is irrecoverable, meaning that it will be a result in an actual loss of 9.3 billion rand. The debtors report. What measures will be taken to collect the outstanding debt under 1 year old? What measures will be implemented to stop growing debtors balance from standing at over 12 million rand at the end of December 2024? Will the installation of prepaid water meters be prioritized, seeing that the outstanding debt of water stands at 4.3 billion rand? What are the reasons for the slow recovery of the outstanding government debt, standing at 2.2 billion rand? Lastly, Honourable Speaker, will these questions by the Freedom Front Plus be answered? And if so, when will we receive these answers? Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Kruger.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Executive Mayor, councillors present, City Manager and the entire EMT, members of the public and media present. I've prepared a nice introduction, but I think in the interest of time, we must shoot straight. Honourable Speaker, in terms of the issue that was just raised in terms of our CAPEX budget, I think it is a direct link on how grants are being spent. I want to applaud the Executive Mayor because for his responsive manner in dealing with things. On Tuesday, we have a meeting that's solely going to focus, where every department are just going to report on grant spending and for the underspending of those grants to zoom in and for accountability. We would humbly also want to implore, as well as on the city manager, if it is found that indeed the mistakes can be attributed to the fact that our HODs are not playing the role that they should play, then indeed we must also look at the performance agreements that were signed. But that is upon investigation, because we want to get to the root cause, because as the ANC-led government, it can't be correct that forever we must take the blame when things are in place but certain people do not comply. Honourable Speaker, let me take this opportunity afforded to me to present the midterm budget performance assessment report for 2024-2025 financial year, period which ended on the 31st of December to 2024 for Mangaung Metro as well as Sentlek. The city's operational revenue, excluding transfers, has marginally exceeded the target. The expenditure, however, is way above the target for the semester, which has resulted in a budget deficit at the end of the midterm. Doesn't assist us doing good in revenue collection, but then we default in terms of managing our expenditure, which is the core function from a financial perspective. The total revenue excludes capital transfers and contributions, and it is expenditure by type. The actual year-to-date revenue for the period is 5.5 billion, which is higher than the year-to-date target of 5.3 billion, and the expenditure for the period is 5.6 billion, which is higher than the year-to-date target of 4.8 billion, respectively. In terms of MFMA, Chapter 4, it is therefore required of the city to revise and adjust the operational revenue and expenditure and ensure an alignment between projections to secure a funded budget at the end of the year. The entity, Sentlek, has achieved 88% of the midterm target in the amount of 1.8 billion versus the 2.1 billion, and expenditure of 121% of the midterm target, which is 1.9 billion, being the target and 2.4 billion being the actual. Thus, a deficit of 669 million versus a surplus of 116 million. This performance necessitates an adjustment budget to align the revenue with expenditure, reducing deficit towards a surplus as per the adopted budget. In the assessment of the performance indicators of the city, the second quarter report has identified 130 out of 139 projects for implementation, and the city's actual performance is sitting at 60%, which indicate a decrease of 1% from 61% of the first quarter. The capital year-to-date spending for the month is 3.5 million, which constitute 45.65%, compared to the year-to-date budget target of 669 million. On an annual basis, we have thus spent only 305 million, constituting a 22.82% of the year-to-date expenditure versus the approved budget of 1.3 billion. Based on this capital expenditure report, taking into account projects rolled over from 2023-2024, it is imperative that the budget be revised and adjusted to take into consideration the conditional grants that were not approved in this case. In as far as the entity is concerned, the performance below summarizes the performance. In conclusion, in the assessment of the indicators for quarter two, it was determined that out of the 35 key performance indicators established, 25 were applicable for this quarter. And of these, 21 KPIs were successfully achieved, resulting in a notable 84% achievement rate, resulting in improved performance as compared to the previous quarter. Conversely, 4 KPIs were not met, accounting for a 16% non-achievement rate. The remaining 10 KPIs were not applicable for reporting in quarter two. The organizational performance for the second quarter stands at an improved 84%. Having assessed the results as I've summarized, the recommendations are stipulated in the agenda, and I therefore propose the adoption of the recommendations for the 4 respective items. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, 2 more councillors to speak here is Councillor Mongale and Councillor Dipale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Matai. My contribution from the African Alliance of Social Democrats is that we should all be obsessed with trying to find a way, how do we minimize the variance that we have picked up on page 7 of the report on page 76. That should have been our preoccupation, to say, how do we deal with this excessive overtime that the Auditor General have also complained about. To cite an example, in the Office of City Manager, even though I don't understand, how does the Office of City Manager, Office of the Executive Mayor, and Office of Corporate Service Manager, HOD, how do they get overtime? What is it for? Because people who are working there are either senior managers or specialists, and when you go to the Office of Executive Mayor, those are contractual people whom their contract is properly stipulated to say you are working on a fixed term contract, but your working conditions are flexible. It means even if you can exceed the time, this meeting can go longer, you are not going to be paid extra. They can't claim overtime. I don't know where does this overtime comes from, but we need to find a way of stop blaming one another, try to find a meeting where we can say, how do we reduce it? What is the best approach? Is it the filling of position, or is it the cutting of certain costs that are happening? For example, if the overtime is 87 million, and out of that 87 million, you find that that was the budget for 87 million, but the money that was spent is 94 million. It means something is not right. It's either we have a shortage of staff or we have a corruption with regard to overtime. And that corruption is eating on the coffers of the municipality, is keeping on the coffers of the public. And we are failing our people if we can't put a stop to it as councillors, because that is our primary objective, to protect the interest of the public. You check it there, it says we have overspent 58.89. It means the overtime has exceeded to 59%, which is unacceptable. Then you go to the next page, which is the one that makes my blood boil. This one makes me lose control. Actually, if I was the mayor, I was going to fire the city manager based on this. You can't have a budget like this where contracted services are budgeted 620 million. You are saying, I've appointed senior executive, I've said they're experts, but I still have 620 million that I'm waiting to give to contracted services. People are going to help me as an HOD and city manager to perform my job. Now the issue is, did we get the right people when we advertise for positions? If we can support them with 620 million, and over and above that, the budget was 620 million, but they end up adjusting the budget to 635 million. Extra with 15 million already when there is a crisis. I think we need a meeting where we can sit down, where nobody's going to blame one another, but we can say, how do we reduce this crisis that we have here of contracted services? It's unacceptable.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. In closing, I need to reflect on this, that on the debt that the municipality is owed, it is now showing that business has overtaken the provincial government. It means the provincial government have set a wrong precedent for not paying the municipality. That even business have now overtaken them. Business is owing municipality almost 2 billion.
Thank you, Councillor. Next time when I give Councillor Verviers more time to speak, you must not complain. Can I have the last speaker, Councillor Dipale? You are the last.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Unfortunately, Councillor De Bruin is not here. I remember one of the members of parliament stood up with black and white suits. Abu Abu, house rules or what? So he's not the only one who will get these things, whatever, and he thought it was a perfect wedding. He thought he was in a perfect wedding. No, thank you very much, Chairman. Let us indicate the importance of month-to-month municipal budget, specifically for the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. These budgets are crucial for ensuring transparency, accountability, and effective service delivery. As we review the financial statements, we have identified a few irregularities and questionable trends that require attention. Before we proceed with our questions, we would like to commend SADC of their impressive spending, particularly in December, where they spent 43% of their budget. Unfortunately, other departments have been reluctant to spend, and we need to understand why. The Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, have raised several questions which we will address today. We appreciate the diligence and in holding us accountable for our financial management. Let's accentuate the importance of prudent financial management in the Mangaung municipality. As we deliberate on the municipality budget, it is crucial that we prioritize fiscal responsibility and ensure that our expenditure does not exceed our revenue. We would have engaged all the three documents one by one, but we find it not important, as we can make a genetic statement about our financial as a municipality. The Mangaung municipality, like any other local government, has a responsibility to manage its finances effectively. This means that we must strike a balance between providing essential services to our communities and ensuring that our expenditure is sustainable. Unfortunately, the municipality's financial performance has been a concern in the recent years. The Auditor General reports have highlighted instances of overspending, irregular expenditure, and poor financial management. These findings are a clear indication that we need to do better. As we move forward, it is essential that we adopt a more prudent approach to financial management. We must prioritize our spending, focusing on essential services such as water, sanitation, electricity, and waste management. We must also ensure that our expenditure is aligned with our revenue, avoiding a situation where our expenditure exceed our income. Our consequences of overspending are dire. It can lead to a situation where the municipality is unable to meet its financial obligation, compromising our ability to deliver essential services to our communities. It can also lead to a decline in investor confidence, making it more challenging for us to attract investment and create jobs. In contrast, a surplus budget offers numerous benefits. It provides a buffer against unexpected expenses, allowing us to respond to emergencies and unforeseen events. It also enables us to invest in critical infrastructure, promoting economic growth and development. To achieve a surplus budget, we must be willing to make tough decisions. We must prioritize our spending, reduce waste. What's about the complain about now I understand why. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We must prioritize.
As you conclude, Councillor Tlhaku, King Councillor Mongala ema tswela ka ntle le wena ho botsa.
We must also explore innovative ways to generate revenue, such as public-private partnership and investment in renewable energy. In conclusion, Chairman, the importance of prudent financial management in the Mangaung municipality cannot be overstated. That's your problem. We must ensure that our expenditure does not exceed our revenue, prioritizing fiscal responsibility and sustainability. By doing so, we can create a brighter future for our communities, promoting economic growth, development, and prosperity. The Economic Freedom Funders will always provide direction where it is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. This brings us to the end of the debate on this matter. May I now allow the executive mayor to reply?
Speaker, I'm not much into the issues. I just want to deal with I think 3 of the issues. The issue of the water losses, I think, was dealt with quite extensively, so I don't think I really have to come to it, except to say, not the fact that we are saying communities in informal settlement are using water. The instruction we gave is that the Department of Human Settlement must find a way of regularizing that water so that people must pay. I think that's the answer I could perhaps add to what I said. Now there is also the issue of how are we going to recover the 4 billion rent that accounts to what is being owed to the municipality on the water side of it. We have also instructed the city manager and the CFO of Centlec to work to bring our bill as one. So that when we charge, you get a bill that speaks to all the services that you must pay. Because the bill around water is difficult to realize, given that you can't switch off water. But when we switch off electricity, when you come running, we're able to give you 1 billion, that bill will be talking to all services that you must pay, water, electricity, and other amenities that you must pay. So we're trying to build that bill. It will help to answer the question that how can we avoid a situation where people would not pay? Because now water is like is for free. If you look at it, generally, not only to the informal settlement, even in the suburbians where we live, we still have such problems. So we need to find a way that people must pay that bill collectively. I don't want to be answerable to why the office of the mayor is overspending or overtime. I wouldn't want to answer it from my side, but the long and short is that the unfortunate thing is that all offices, the speaker, the deputy mayor, and others, derive their existence from the office of the mayor. And I've indicated to the officials that now their budgeting does not accommodate all activities. As a result, it does give that impression that I've got overtime in my office. No, we don't. We literally don't have such. People are not doing overtime. Some people that find themselves to be doing overtime are those that are working with different offices outside my office. However, the answer to that was that such services must go to different disciplines so that they must not impair on giving the impression that you see. So we're delegating them, those that are police and security services, they are going to the Department of Safety. Whoever is in that office or whoever operates through that office and is not in that office must go to the discipline. The speaker must have his own people so that they must develop their own budget. It must reflect there. If they are going to have overtime, it must be there, not in my office. I must indicate at face value we don't, but in reality, because of accountability, it will always reflect on my office. Thank you.
Then that different king how can I move magazine? Go search that my venue go search councillor. Councillors, this brings us to the end of the debates on this item. Councillor Kruger has already moved that we should note and adopt the 4 items combined as one. Can I now see hands of those in favor of that proposal? That the motivation of an encounter Monica support that. Okay. Those against? Abstentions? Okay. 9. Thank you. Those in favor, 53. Those against, 5. Abstentions is 9. The items will be carried as they are. Councillors, it is 3 p.m. May we please be back by 3:30. By 3:30, please be back. Okay.
Hey! Hey, Speaker. Yanu.